All right. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, day traders, closet swing traders. My name is DJ Dan with Real Life Trading. Welcome to what I could only assume is going to be an extremely exciting day in the market. And that could go two ways. It could be just horribly boring as we wait for the Fed meeting later today. But based on this gap in the morning, I was a little afraid of the latter. So I was a little bit afraid, like, you know what, might just chop around for a little bit. Then we got the Fed meeting. Probably things only pick up around 2:30, something like that, PM Eastern. So we will see for sure. We'll see. But yeah, I woke up. Markets were flipped. If you guys heard Jerremy this is like how quickly things changed. If you guys, we do the swing trade room at 5 p.m. Eastern. So it's like 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern. If anybody had the opportunity to check out Jerremy in that swing trade room, the markets were actually like Microsoft came out with actually really good numbers. Let's pull up that Microsoft chart. So like we were in between this move. They had good numbers. They beat. Everything looked pretty peachy, and the market Microsoft sold. That was a very bad sign. What eventually ended up happening is we ended up rallying. And the reason for the rally is more of the outlook that Microsoft was putting out there. So we do have an interesting gap, but the market was kind of following with it. And I think the market is on the backs of Microsoft today so far. So with that being said, anybody that sold, shorted anything at open today, they are instantly trapped, and we might actually see a little bit of a positive run. You're already kind of seeing it pre-market. You got some more buyers coming in, some short sellers are getting out of their position. So I do think we could see it, but that's how quickly it changed. I mean, the outlook from what Jerremy was talking about last night, which at that point was absolutely correct, where, you know what, we did one of those afternoon run-ups yesterday in most of the things. We'll flip back to the SPY just to pull that up. And this stupid wick is here from yesterday too. That's probably that wick drove me absolutely nuts all day yesterday. There's still a fake wick, and so ignore this. If you guys have this on your screen, that's not real. Thinkorswim should probably. It would be nice of them, maybe like, hey, somebody's birthday, take it off. But we have the market just absolutely rallying through the end of the day. We actually saw that same exact move pretty much the day before as well. So we'll have to see. The interesting thing here is if we do it, it's most likely going to be off some kind of Fed comments, and it could be an absolutely wild day. But I can't really expect anything from the Fed meeting. I have no idea how the market's going to react to whatever they put out. Obviously, if I did know, I would have massive positions in one way or another, but I don't. So I mean, besides the regular trades I have, the long term I have, like I don't touch that. But we'll see what ends up happening. I think a lot of the hawkishness in the market has to come with. I think it has to come with the talks of the rate hikes. A lot of it, like Jamie Dimon's putting out, like we need 8 rate hikes this year. That might be a little overextended. Honestly, the Fed has already said they're looking for 4. So by putting out a little bit of confusion in the market, and of course the rate hikes would be good for banks. Like, so that would be a positive for the banks if they get more hikes, because then they just make more money. So take that with a grain of salt. But I think I'm not positive that they even come out today with a rate hike. I'd probably be waiting another month. I think originally they were saying sometime in March, something like that. I don't see an emergency rate hike. I don't see any of that. So that leads me to believe if they do not hike rates today, I would assume that a lot of selling pressure, let's flip this over to a daily chart real quick. A lot of the selling pressure and fear has already kind of been priced into like, what if they do something crazy? We're getting some more news about rate hikes, all this. Like, we might need 8 instead of 4. That's double what was expected. I think a lot of that's built in, right? So it's buy the rumors, sell the news. So if the news comes out and we don't have a rate hike today, they kind of reassure like, hey, yeah, we're sticking to the plan. There's no reason to change. I think we might see another rally. I do not think that this is maybe it's the bottom, but I don't know. I don't necessarily know, but I do know that this looks to me like a pretty decent start to a wave count. So I think this is on the SPY a 1. There's our 2. There's our 3. If we do get good news today and we have a good hammer, we've got good volume coming in, another inside candle. Where are we actually opening? Are we above that high wave? You got to be kidding me. Uh-oh. All right. We're above the high wave. We're dipping above this move. And we do have, so we have a lot of bullishness here. People buying in here. Technically, it's a green candle. So we did have a little bit more bullishness in this high wave than bearishness. However, the main thing we want to look at is how did the day end yesterday? So what were people thinking during the end of yesterday? And that would be bearish, right? So even though technically it was just an indecision, bulls, bears, just fighting it out, toward the end of the day, into that pre-market, we had a lot of selling. And I think there would still be a decent amount of people trapped on this day. So maybe the plan would be, what I would be looking for is see if we get a little bit of a pullback, something like that. Because we did have, after that initial drop, after hours, we started to really pick up. So there's been a lot of time for people to buy. And then all of pre-market today, people had time to buy. So at open, some people are going to be profitable just from the amount of time that we had from closing, or really the end of that sell-off to today. And in that case, I would be waiting for maybe a little bit of bearishness to come in, and then we'll see if we could break some of that bearishness and then just head bullish for the rest of the day. And again, this wick on this SPY is just absolutely driving me nuts. Like it makes it so much harder to read the candles. It's crazy, but we'll zoom in on that a little bit. All right, we'll check out the Qs, see if the Qs are having the same decent luck. And we do have at Real Life Trading, this is free week, so a lot of you guys are in here. Some of you guys are. Allison says, "Is there a video on how to input that option trade?" Which option trade is that, Allison? I'm not 100% sure. Did you know you could remove that bar? Actually, I didn't, Randy. No, you just usually wait for Thinkorswim to do the dirty work for me. The one that Jeremy sent out last night, I'd have to take a look at that one. Or if you want to forward me the email just so I have it fresh, I could take a look and then help you set that up. And again, the sentiment on it was, yeah, just send it to Dan. I'll type it in the chat. Dan at reallifetrading.com. Otherwise, I got to sift through reallifetrading.com. I have to sift through a lot of emails. Right click on the bar. Usually I don't. Usually I'm like, nah, it's pre-market. I don't want to use the time, but man, this bar drives me that crazy. So right click and select remove. I don't have that on mine. Or correct this bar maybe. Then remove. Okay. Except now there's a gap in my but I'd rather take that. Whew. My anxiety just went down. That's crazy. Awesome. So with the Qs are actually a little bit more interesting than the SPY. So again, we are still inside of this candle, right? We have not broke this little hammer, which honestly, we gapped down. It was a retest gap. Where we closed, still very interesting. But within from yesterday, we are gapping above yesterday. So tech probably a little bit stronger than yesterday. You're getting a little bit more people trapped yesterday in Qs than the SPY. So I might see a good day. And again, Microsoft is probably one of the catalysts and leaders as to why that could be. Let's take a look at the 6 stocks that we're really focusing on, and then we'll see if we get time for some gaps into the market. Appreciate the help with that, removing the bar. Now I'm gonna get real creative with my charts. I'm gonna have my daily charts. You see like 35 gaps. Like, this doesn't make sense. I just remove the ones I don't like. If it's a losing day, I'll just remove those candles. Tesla. We'll have to see where this one opens. As of now, let's draw the line. So we have the high of the day is 951.26. 951.26. Roughly there. So far, rule one applies. If Tesla, before the next 20 minutes, continues to hang out in this range, we do have a little bit of a double top. It doesn't mean we have to trade bullish. It doesn't mean we have to trade bearish, but the play is on the table for right now. And again, where it opens is key. But right now, if it does open right around here, Tesla will be a potential trade today. By the way, we are streaming because it is free week. I'm streaming on YouTube, usually for the morning analysis. We have just really 30 minutes that will go live just to kind of cover the markets, help everybody out, at least give directions in the market. But if you guys in YouTube, you want me to stay maybe an additional hour, something like that, make sure you guys hit that like button. If that like button goes up, I'll keep streaming on YouTube while we're taking some actual trades as well. Keep in mind, the YouTube stream is always not my fault. I don't create YouTube, but it is always a little bit more delayed as well. So if you do want real-time data, which is only slightly different from what I'm saying to actually when it streams on YouTube, you can also go to reallifetrading.com. And if you want to spend the entire day with us, Jeremy's in the other room, I'm in this room all day. There is a banner. You go to reallifetrading.com. There's a banner that pops up. All you got to do is put your email, your social security number, your bank. No, I'm just kidding. Just your email. And then you will have your own dashboard at Real Life Trading. There's no cost. It's freemium. And you'll be able to click the link and be able to log into any of those rooms. Or also, as I mentioned, Jeremy was hosting the afternoon rooms, the swing trade rooms. You guys will have access to that for absolutely no cost, no obligation today as well, just so you guys are aware. Check out Nvidia. Nvidia, I did look at pre-market as well. Looks very interesting. Does this one qualify so far? To me, it does. Very similar. Again, tech is probably a little bit stronger. It's got a little bit more edge to it today. The high of this candle is 229.43. We have a little bit better of a chance of this one opening up higher. And does that mean go all in at open? Of course it does. Just YOLO. But I'll probably wait. So we have a little bit of resistance. You can tell. Here's really our first little pivot peak. We did slightly break above that, got rejected, got up to that range again, rejected, up to that range. This is actually the first. This one's actually the first lower high on pre-market. So let's see if we can get some kind of a pullback. But so far, it does qualify for us to take a trade, providing that it does open up in this range. DAL is another one that's on our list. Let's see how this one's doing. Not so much tech related. Boeing did come out with earnings today, and it was a complete flop as far as Boeing earnings. We'll actually check that one out next. However, they do have some decent, a little bit of a decent outlook or opportunities according to the conference call. So even though it was a miss, they did improve from the quarter before. And they have a little bit more potential as far as some of their potential sales going forward. But we'll take a look at that one, see where that one's opening. This one's a really nice gap on DAL. Technically a retest gap. And it is technically into a little bit of resistance. We have some of the moving averages that we are breaking now. And then we have that 89 up there. 89 is going to be a tough one. And we probably have a little bit stronger resistance at roughly $40.12. But with this one, I kind of like number one, obviously that hammer. We did get a strong close yesterday, showing a little bit more bullishness. The only problem with this one that I have to be a little bit patient with is just because we are at some type of resistance right here. It's already, you already see it kind of getting rejected right around that range as well. So maybe we wait for some kind of a little bit of a pullback. Could we be setting up for some kind of inverse head and shoulders on the SPY? Now I'm looking at it. Not quite there yet. Almost want to see another little bit longer wave, and then we'll see. But Delta is on the list, so we can trade Delta as well. That one would be, what's the high of yesterday? I mean, this one's not even close. The high of this one is 38.87. So it is gapping above the range, which means it's on the list. So far, we got all of them. All three we looked at. Let's continue to look at the stocks we could trade as a group, the ones that we're focusing on for this month. The high of yesterday is $162.76. 62.76. Beautiful. So 162.76. Did I do that right? It seems a lot closer than it does on the daily, but technically right now it does qualify. Again, we're gonna have to see where this one actually opens. This one's actually a little bit closer than the other ones. AMD. AM Dizzle. Ooh, that looks interesting. Definitely trapping. This one's probably one of the bigger traps so far. Trapping a little bit more bears. You have a little bit more selling than some of the other candles that we looked at. The high of this one is 114.82. 114.82. Interesting. So technically, this one does not qualify yet by like a penny. But this one is trapping. Again, we're still inside this candle. So all of this is just some pressure building up on AMD. We've seen it on some of the other stocks. We're breaking that previous day, and this one's not technically. We have to wait probably, I would assume within the first 20 minutes, unless we just open and just absolutely tank down, or in the next 12 minutes, some kind of a massive sell-off comes in. But right now it's not. But rule number 2 is if it opens within the first 20 minutes, it breaks. That looks very close to do so. So AMD will be on the watch list as well. What's the other stock that I'm missing? Roblo, baby. All right, let me just update this screen share too. Cool. All right, awesome. So Roblox. All right, this one does not qualify yet. So high of this candle is, and Roblox, even though the market kind of turned a little bit, it was positive for a minute, Roblox was struggling. So I think there's a little bit more weakness in Roblox. 69.95. 69.95. Watch it just open and rip, but 69.95. Yeah, we're not even, I gotta extend this out. 69.95. All right, this one, we'll see if this one in the first 20 minutes could break the high of the day. Let me get the low of the day on this one too, just in case. So the low of the day was 64.66. Uh, 64.66, somewhere in that range. But right now, that's just going to be an inside day. So for the 10 EMA strategy that we're doing, we got 5 out of 6. Meatloaf said 2 out of 3 ain't bad. So 5 out of 6 can't be much worse. We'll take it. But Roblox, we're most likely going to have to wait at least 20 minutes. Otherwise, Delta qualifies, AMD qualifies, Tesla qualifies, Apple, and Nvidia qualifies as well. Let's take a look at some of the other stocks that did report earnings. It's going to be interesting to see how, because that was a big miss that they had compared to what they were expecting. Big miss, but you could see, I mean, the earnings came out right around this point. You had that massive drop. It did get bought up a little bit. So you do have a little bit of buying pressure. Again, I think the outlook and the commentary from the CEO, which I don't think the CEO is very, very good, to be honest. But I think the commentary from him, the outlook, that helped us get back up there a little bit, because it was a little bit of at least a bullish. Again, the market trades not on current price valuation. ever. It really trades on like what people think it will do in the future, either short term, long term. If you're day trading, like literally next 15 minutes. So Boeing is just kind of hanging out. Microsoft, which again, I think a lot of the market is really moving because of that one of Microsoft. A lot of people got stopped out in both directions on these earnings, but so far it does have a little continuation to it as well. I don't like that volume that came in there. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see with this volume if anybody's interested in trading it. You had a big volume spike on a breakout of this pivot. Typically, that's a sign for some type of reversal. So, mainly just to explain that a little bit further is, let's go to a larger chart. Let's go even bigger. You only live once. Maximize sell. So basically, when I see breakouts like this with that extra volume, you can't even see it that well in this chart. But you had this opportunity to buy, this opportunity to buy, this opportunity anywhere in here. If this thing starts breaking out of pivots, you're typically all of those people are already profitable. So once you see a breakout, that candle comes in and you have a larger volume, which I mean you can kind of see here. It's all pre-market data. You can see a lot more on the smaller version when I condense it. But on this candle, you actually got some kind of a decent breakout. This is a 5-minute too. I'm gonna switch this to a 3 just to keep it consistent. Can we see the volume a little bit better? A little bit. So you have a lot of opportunities if you want to go bullish on this thing to get in anywhere but here. A lot of people are placing their entries right here. So you have that increased volume coming in. And now once that increased volume comes in, all of those people that are profitable have shares to sell those guys. Those guys become instantly trapped. And then that usually signifies some kind of just reversal at some point. Maria's in the house. What's up, Maria? So watch that one. We might get a little bit of a pullback on Microsoft at open. We'll see. And again, because the market, I think, is kind of rallying off of Microsoft. That rally, by the way, it might only last an hour. It might only we might only be correlated to Microsoft for 30 minutes, an hour, 45 minutes, somewhere in that zone, just because at some point, the fact that the Fed is talking today at 2 p.m. to 2:30, that's going to drive sentiment. We're going to have some kind of shift in sentiment. And then all of a sudden, those numbers become a little bit more valuable. Coin, I believe, had a good gap. I didn't check. I didn't actually go onto crypto, see what you're doing. But if you guys are doing a 10 EMA, Coinbase does move. Coinbase, I think, personally would be a decent one to do a 10 EMA strategy on. It is gapping above the highs as well. But if you guys add it to, it's got good. I mean, it's got a wide range. This is 177. This is all the way up to, I can't even see because I got my chat pane in the way. But this is all the way up to 193. So it could make a wide range move throughout the day. But you are gapping up. Let me just see the candle on the daily chart from yesterday. I got to minimize this. Sorry, guys. Just helps me out a lot. So kind of similar to some of the other stuff we're looking at, but we are gapping higher. This one I would expect some kind of a pullback because you have now 2 days of bullishness. So I would wait for some kind of a dip, even if it came down to like this 189, 80 zone, something like that. Wait for that retest to come in, help this moving average pop up a little bit, and then you're looking for maybe a breakout if the market looks like it's continuing. But it's just been so wildly beat up from all the way up at the 370 range to 185 that I think you could start to get to some kind of assumption that, yeah, we might be a little bit oversold on that one. Any other stocks? I got 4 minutes left. Any other stocks that you guys want to take a look at? We could definitely do that as well. Just type those into the chat pane, whether you're in the chat, whether you're in YouTube. You guys are more than able to do that. We'll take a look. TSM we have from Dylan, also in the chat pane, not for YouTube, but for the actual chat. Just make sure you switch. There's a little blue button, switch from host to panelist to everyone, just so people don't think I'm just talking to myself. Most of the time I am, though. Most of the time, just thoughts in my head I say out loud. TSM. Just watch where it opens. That's going to be the most important thing. If we could, it is a pretty nice gap. Even again, toward the end of the day, we had some selling, but we had a long time for buyers to come in on this one. And after hours, they were the ones that pushed everything. So even from somebody that bought down here, which gave you some type of a hammer, it looks good. If we start getting some kind of reversal, I could see potentially in this one some kind of head and shoulders, which I'll just kind of map out here. So this could be left shoulder. This could be head. This could be somewhere in the right shoulder. If we get a reverse, so it's not really confirmed yet, but I could see it possibly developing. And then that would make this your neckline, right? So really, when you start to break down this neckline, I'm looking for some kind of a break, retest, and then possibly a little bit further, maybe a 50 or 618 retrace. That's what I would be looking for, providing that this head and shoulders is accurate and holds up, and we start to fade from there. If we start making new higher highs, look for that retest and look to go long. But for right now, potential inverse head and shoulders in that one. We got somebody saying AR is moving. 2 minutes and 21 seconds. So 1890. It is a good gap. It's pushing into resistance though. So if you're looking at the daily chart, right where we're opening, we have a relatively strong resistance. I think that this one, and not only that, but it is a retest gap from yesterday. I think people are profitable in this one. They're going to look at that as more of a target. I would probably actually look for a fade lower on this one. Or if you do want to get in longer, probably look for a retest down to like really even like 1788, 1790, somewhere in that zone would be a decent retest, and then look for more continuation. But I think this gap on this one, it is moving, but yeah, it's just kind of moving into a little bit of resistance at this point. We have Costco, the Co. These lines, I don't know how much I trust it, honestly. So I'm not sure exactly where this one's going to open, but it looks very similar to it's just an inside day for right now. Maybe, yeah, still technically inside of that last peak if this is where we actually open. But where this one opens is going to matter a lot. So far, I think it might just chill it open. I wouldn't rush into it. We got a firm just was getting absolutely clapped. Very close to breaking the high of yesterday. Still technically inside day. We're still just depending on that one hammer to try to save it. But yeah, there's been absolute weakness in this stock. I think we even got down to like $49 yesterday, or a couple days ago, 2 days ago. So you have a little bit of support if you're interested in a firm. For me, I'm not really adding it to the long term right now. I just don't quite get it yet. But again, inside, you are trapping some shorts that came in yesterday, a full night and day of buying. So there are some people profitable. Albert says, any good ideas to buy puts on the SPY or Qs today? That's an interesting question. I you know what? It's tough. It depends for me. We got 12 seconds. But for me, it depends on how much long-term positions you have, because after the Fed comes out, they might, like, I don't know if I would buy puts here. I wouldn't. For me, I know. We still have some bullish momentum. I'd have to get up into and buy like some at like 445 if we get up there. Otherwise, honestly, I think we could probably get closer to 450 would be a better spot to buy if you have not already bought puts. Do I buy calls down here? I'd have to wait. Again, the Fed meeting is not too far away, so you'd want to get in, but I think probably premiums are going to be a little bit jacked up just because we have the Fed meeting coming out. So I don't think you're going to get the best pricing today for those, but almost wait and see what happens for the Fed. That's how I would play it, because otherwise they're jacking up just with volatility. They're jacking up some of those premiums today just because they know there should be a relatively big news catalyst coming out. All right, so did Apple qualify? Apple was close. Apple did open up higher. So right now, Apple is qualified. We have in YouTube, someone who wants to look at Baidu. We could definitely check that out as well. Nvidia already starting to pump. But we're waiting for the 10 EMA as well. So we're going to be patient at open. I know people get into the markets, the bell rings, ding, ding, ding. And then everyone just loses money real quick and they just enjoy the rest of the day. But we can be a little patient. We don't have to. We're just kind of playing a strategy at Real Life Trading for this month. So Baidu, let me just check this one out. Yeah, kind of just chilling out right now. I don't know how much I trust. Like, if you want to start piecing in, I don't even know if this is the best spot to start to buy Baidu. It's probably going to consolidate down here for a while. You had some consolidation back there as well. If you start to really break 155.22, especially if that 89 has come down a little bit, that would be a better spot to try. But even that, you have some wicks up here. So it might just be a potentially just null day for Baidu. But the Chinese stocks did come back a little bit. All right, let's see. AMD. Let me flip my other chart to a 3-minute. So this way I have extended and non-extended hours on, as that's the play we're looking for. And I have no problem at all just being patient, letting things play out a little bit. AAPL. And for some of you guys in the chat pane here for free week, some of you guys on YouTube, if you're not familiar with the R system, that is how we manage risk. Not many people teach the R system. So if I do take a trade live, I'm using a calculated risk. For anybody that's not familiar with it, you could definitely get more information. Now we're back below Apple on the, let me see what that 10 EMA is on Apple. Not even close. All right. So technically we're above this one. We're below that one. That's going to cause a little bit of weighting in Apple. But the R is your risk unit. So when you hear me say R, that's the risk unit. It should be no more than 2% of your entire portfolio. Most traders are at 1%, and a lot of traders are under. Like, I personally, my R is under 1% of my entire balance. But this way, I know exactly how much I'm risking getting into a trade, and I know exactly what I'm looking to make. I have my targets. Definitely big advocates of having some type of a plan. So when we get into a trade, you'll see that we have our entries, we have our stops, we have our targets. Everything is mapped out, because what happens and why, I mean, I'm sure you guys all hear people like, nobody makes money in the market. Most people lose in the market, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, probably that's true. Mainly because a lot of people just don't know how to manage. Like, even if you go on YouTube, even if you go take the beginner course, the intermediate course, beginner courses, even if whatever, you've read massive, incredible amounts of books. Nvidia, is Nvidia setting up? The one thing, like, they'll teach you how to read the charts. They'll teach you potentially what some candles mean. Some people are better at teaching it than others, but they don't really teach you how to manage the risk. Steve says 1.4 target. For the 10 EMA strategy, we're anywhere from a 1.2 to a 1.4. Yesterday, I did take the 10 EMA. I'll actually go through. Let's wait for the market to settle down a little bit, but I'll go through my Tesla trade, my thought sentiment of why I changed from a 1.2 to a 1.4, and then was able to just kind of just hang out for a 3R trade on Tesla yesterday. But I used the same strategy as far as getting in. But there is ways you could, like some outside factors. We're in the beginner room right now, but I'll still go through it because I think it's important to understand when and why. Because you'll see people post like, hey, I got 5 Rs today. And you're like, how? I thought we were going for 1.2, 1.4. So decent little trap, bull trap on the SPY. So again, so far decent. Did we get that little bit of inverse? Oh. Crazy town. A little bit of inverse head and shoulders came in on the SPY. That makes roughly this. Oh, yeah, I guess I got to change that line over, huh? So we have our neckline, but actually we might get a little bit of a further pullback here in the markets, which means I'm more willing to short than to go long. So unless we get some weird closes or something like that, on a 3-minute chart on Nvidia, that's just one big high wave candle. If we get a 10 EMA, we now need a green candle to close below that. But I believe also, Yeah, we're still not even close on a 3-minute non-extended hours. So a little bit of mixed signals across the market for some individual stocks that we're trading. Let's take a look at AMD. In YouTube, somebody says, what platform are you using? This is Thinkorswim. This is Thinkorswim. Some of the other guys will also chart here on TradingView, which is completely free. Kind of sort of. It is completely free to use TradingView, but if you want real-time data, it does, like, you have to have like the basic plan. I don't even know what it costs. A lot of times on Black Friday, that's usually when I renew my subscription to TradingView, just because they have Black Friday deals and things like that. All right, so we have a little bit of a trap candle. We've noticed that. AMD, the only thing, again, we're not below. I don't want to overly aggressively trade. The rules for the 10 EMA, let me get back to the Thinkorswim real quick. This is Thinkorswim. If you have a TD Ameritrade account, you will get Thinkorswim included with your broker for TD Ameritrade. All right, so there's no cost to it. Even if you have a different broker that you're using, you would be able to put some money. I believe some people are telling me like $500. So even if you put $500 in the broker, you don't necessarily have to use the $500 on trades. It doesn't have to be actively in stocks. You just have to have it in the account. And that will give you access to Thinkorswim. But the 10 EMA strategy, so we're looking for very specific setup. We need a green candle. So here's a noticeable trap. I like that little trap right at open. This is potentially a setup. This is like, number one, we did gap outside either below or high in yesterday's range. So that qualifies. Then the next step is we need to break the 10 EMA, which on my screen is the yellow line. And we now need a bullish candle. So this would be a bullish candle if it closes. This is with extended hours on, though. So that's the main difference. I'll get to that. The entry would be right below that green candle. Stop. I mean, realistically, it's going to be a little wide on this one. It's 115.82 is where I put it. If you're going a little tighter, maybe you want to go like 115.37. So checkbox 2, at least for extended hours. The problem is we also have to be below the 10 EMA on non-extended hours, which that is the trouble that I'm having right now. So right now in AMD and most of the stocks that do qualify, because of that massive move from close, AAPL, the non-extended hours have not caught up yet. So that means I could take Apple bullish, technically, on non-extended, but right now we're still below. So if this one sets up as some kind of a bullish play, meaning that we have to break above that line, and then we need a red candle, that would technically qualify for 10 EMA. So we could watch Apple for some kind of actual bullish play. Tesla is setting up. Let's see, we're probably far away from the non-extended hours as well. Yep, so not even close to the non-extended 10 EMA. This would be a bearish setup with extended hours on, but again, it doesn't quite fit the criteria. Let me check out Slack too, just to see if Jeremy's in anything. Nope, Jeremy did not take anything as of yet. And let's take a look at DAL. And Roblox, I don't believe Roblox qualified, so we have some time to wait. So you're getting a bounce pretty close to that 10 EMA with non-extended hours on. But right now we're below. So we can look at Delta for a bullish move again. When we looked at the daily chart, we were into a little bit of resistance. We did have a little squeeze, but that came in right toward the end of the day yesterday, I believe. For 10, that was a perfect squeeze. TTM. That was the time. If you're option players, that was the time to buy some Delta options, and you would have the ability to close it. I'd still actually be in it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd probably be waiting another 2 or 3 candles if I was in that one. But we continue to wait. Delta, we need a red candle to come in above the extended. Apple would be the same thing. It has to be the only option we have right now is to go bullish on that one. Otherwise, we're kind of just giving the market a minute, waiting for some of those moving averages to kind of catch up, really finding out the direction. The SPY itself, I mean, we have a bearish engulfing candle with a little bit of a trap wick up here. So there is some bulls that are trapped. And we're just hanging out. I believe this is the 100 EMA. Let me just double check to be sure. Yep, 100 EMA is what we're kind of bouncing off right now. But honestly, we kind of look a little bit weaker at least this point, just because that trap wick and we have a bearish engulfing candle from the candle right before pre-market. It's funny, when the entire market starts to gap, we typically, it excites a lot of people, because a lot of people wake up today and they're like, oh man, I'm finally positive the selling is done. And you start to get people start coming back into the market. And there's a little bit of just excitement. And especially when day trading, if you don't have a plan, these are some of the days that it is very easy to get trapped. Right? Because you're just kind of going with momentum, the excitement, like, all right, everything is moving. But when everything kind of moves the same way, being extra patient kind of works better. Apple again, so still looking a little bit weak. And we kind of do need it to drop a little bit lower to start really getting into that non-extended EMA. Roblox, just inside day right now. Tesla's still just chilling. AMD looks weak, probably. Again, we looked at AMD. That was the bearish entry, so we'll see how that play works out, but it doesn't follow our rules of what we're trading, so we can't get into it. Type a 2 in the chat pane if it feels weird to have the market open for 15 minutes and not being able to take a trade yet. Does that feel weird? Is that strange? John says nope. John Bragg says yes. I know. This is like the only job. Rock says nope. Yeah, Rock's got those holding muscles though. Rock has those holding muscles. Yeah, this is like the only job, the only career where you show up to work planning to not do anything. That's weird. Everywhere else, you're like, all right, it's 9:30, it's 9 a.m. I got to work. I got this to do, this to do, this to do. You make more money in the markets being patient than being aggressive. Is that weird? That's a concept and a half. So AMD is at that 10 EMA non-extended. I'm watching this one very closely. I also, so this could be a decent little bounce spot potentially. Again, that would have been the play if we were going with only extended hours on. However, we're not quite there yet. We're only getting a close right now. And we still have another minute or so for this candle to close. But if it does, that would be the first one that closes below it. Again, just trying to avoid those traps. What is your workflow for the first hour of the day? Like the first hour from when I wake up, or the first hour from when I hear the ding, ding, ding in the market? Those are two different things. The pre-ding. Usually when I wake up, and I used to make this mistake a lot. So trading is a big mental game. Big mental game. Like I said, like even now, like I mean, I got you guys watching, I got people YouTube watching. I would love to come out here just straight up gunslinging trades. I've seen it on YouTube. Like, all right, we're getting this traders running for 5 cents, and then when it's like $150,000, I'm like, just chill out, man. Just relax yourself. Delta's actually setting up. Let me just check Delta real quick. That one might be setting up for a 10 EMA bullish. I'm not so sure with the possible resistance ahead of it, but it is set up. It has been bullish. It does fit all criteria. I'm actually going to wait on this one just because I know there's a little bit of resistance up there. But this would be set up for 10 EMA. If you guys do want to take it, 39.50 would be your entry. You could probably put a stop. 39.19 if you want to go a little tighter, and 38.94 if you want to go a little bit wider. But the only reason I'm going to stay away from this one, and it's probably a bad move to stay away, but I'm being patient. It does fit every rule criteria. So Delta is qualifying right now. If you guys want to take it, I'm actually just going to be a little extra patient on it. But like I said, everything is a mental game. So what I used to do, which was a big mistake, is I used to wake up. First thing I would do is check the market, check the futures, check the SPY, see if we're gapping up. Jay took that one. Okay, awesome. I'm glad somebody's in. I just saw on that daily chart though, there's a little bit of resistance. I don't mind the play itself because it does fit. What I don't like is just that little bit of resistance. But I used to check the markets as soon as I woke up. That was my first thought. And guess what? If the market was bullish, because I got a lot of long terms, I got some swings. I'm more bull than bear. On an up day, I'd be like, oh, this is great. And I would just be so excited. I'd be so happy. Right. And then if it was a down day, I'd be like, oh man, the market's coming down. I'm losing money. No matter what the thought is that you have, especially though, if it's a bear day and you're losing, or if you're going long on things, or if you're going short on things and the market's gapping up, or whatever the case, you instantly get some kind of feeling. You start to feel a certain type of way where you're like, I'm just in now a different state of mind, a different mood. And when you show up to the markets and you're not trading as you're trading, you have to leave emotions at the door when trading the market. That's why we have plans. That's why we have setups. That's why we're just waiting. We're just following the plans. But when you show up and you're in the markets and you either get into a fight with somebody, you watch a negative Facebook video, or you're just feeling some kind of way, some stressful happens. If you have another job, you're getting called in early, you're getting whatever, emails, just that state of mind that you have, it could affect your trading. And I would find that a lot. Like if I was in a negative mood, if I was like the market was down, I'm like, oh, now I have this certain sentiment. Then at that point, like my trading is all affected. I'm like, oh, I'm just going to go in. I'm going to make $1 million in the market today. I'm going to just crush it. My day will be better now. And then what happens? I overextend my trading. I take stuff that maybe does not fit my plan, does not fit my rules. So what I do now is I don't look at the markets until I'm on the East Coast, so probably about 8:20ish. So I'll wake up, try to work out a little bit, eat some breakfast, just relax. And then I'm start looking at the markets. From that point, I'm looking at the SPY, really. I'm looking at the Qs. I'm seeing if there's any news. I'll go to Stock Twits, which is probably a minefield of poison to really have, because on Stock Twits, like they'll give you, like, you don't know who's on the other side of the computer writing their comments. So like you could have a billionaire saying, hey, I think this stock's going up, or you could have like a 13-year-old just sitting on his couch on Stock Twitch, just writing nonsense. So like, just take everything on a grain of salt. Pat says, do you scan the market or trade the same stocks? I'll do both. Yep. So like when I'm on the mic right now, just because I'll plan for the team, is we're just sticking with the 10 EMA for this month. But I like to trade gaps a lot. So like if I'm especially if I'm off the mic, I'm going to be looking a little bit heavier into some gaps at the open. But I will also run the 10 EMA through the same way I just did today, just to look at those. You do start to become familiar with certain stocks, whether you want to or not. You have typically some type of plan. And I see Ryan in YouTube. He's asking, what is the rule for trading? I think I missed that part. I'll definitely cover that for you, Ryan. I'm not forgetting about you. But you do have, like, you have a certain plan, right? So whether you're like, I'm going to use this plan for every stock, eventually you're going to find stocks that you like. And typically the reason you like those stocks is because they tend to work out more or less than with your plan than not, right? And you're just finding yourself like, okay, this one trades a little bit better. You get a little bit more comfortable. Every stock has its own personality. So like things like AMD, like I've noticed, like we'll get in, it'll be a perfect setup. Everything looks good. We'll set our stops, our entries, and like 10 out of 10, I would take that same setup across the board for anything. And like AMD does this weird little one extra dip, and I was getting stopped. And then like after I get stopped, it moves and then does the move that I wanted it to. So like I've noticed that before, but yeah. So like things do develop their own personality, and then once you start to find like the stock personality, you tend to like those are your stocks that you're kind of checking a little bit more, you're a little bit more interested in, and you just find like what you like, right? So you're just out there the first day of the market, that's like the first day you going on Tinder, you're like, I don't know, I'm just swiping right to everything, I'm just out of control. And then you start dating around a little bit, and you're like, oh, this one's growing on me a little bit. Okay, I'm feeling it, I'm down with it. Let me get that trading plan up. I'll do a screen share. Do I have it up here? I believe I should. Where's the latest one? Where's the PDF? I should have it somewhere. I don't know if this is quite the updated one. I might delete. Actually, yeah. Let me go to my downloads real quick. Downloads. There we go. 10 EMA. This is the updated one. So while the markets are just doing a thing, I'm going to just post up here the 10 EMA strategy that we're doing for this month. If you go to reallifetrading.com, just sign in or just put your email in, and then you'll have your own dashboard created. You can get a copy of this as well. You can also just take a screen share if you'd like to, but this is the 10 EMA. It's free. I mean, just right on your dashboard, just scroll down to where it says free resources. This will pop up for you. But we have the stocks that we're focusing on, and these are the exact ones that I went over: Roblox, Apple, AMD, Tesla, Delta, Nvidia. That's the ones we're focusing on specifically. There's 1.5 million strategies out there in the market. So like, why did we choose this one? Well, because we back tested it. We like it. It's not a very difficult concept to understand. So it's something that we could kind of just follow and really teach somebody a profitable setup. On this one, we have, here's the rules. So prep, chart setup, draw a green line at the high of the day and low of the day. So just because things were gapping up, I was doing more of the green lines because that's kind of where I expected that to go for right now. But if we start selling off, I'm going to be adding those red lines to my chart as well. We used a 3-minute chart, multi-chart, with one side extended hours. So this is where we have the extended hours on and the non-extended hours. So that's why I'm looking at both of those charts. We have the 10 EMA indicator on the chart, which is the yellow line for me. And then if there's 3+ bear candles or bull candles in a row on a daily, be much quicker with your exit, right? So if you're hopping in the trade because you're taking the setup, just be wary. Like, obviously, if you're going bearish on something and you're getting 3 bearish candles already, guess what? You're probably coming in a little bit late, and you want, like, there's already people profitable in that trade when you get in. So therefore, be a little bit quicker with your targets. Don't expect the complete reversal runs, things like that. Same thing with if you're going bullish and there's 3 bullish candles in a row, the same sentiment. There's already people that's in the trade profitable. However, that trade will also meet your plan, right? So you can still take it, just expect for a little bit of a quicker target, as things will probably pull back a little bit more. Conditions: the best time to trade this strategy is after the first hour of the market. Does anybody know why? Can anybody in the chat pane throw in why that rule makes sense? Why this strategy works better later? We have this rule out there, but I don't think anybody actually covered or explained why the best time for the strategy is after the first hour. Because there's less volatility. Exactly. Yep. So at the market open, that ding goes off. We get the high blood pressure rolling. We got like anxiety. Not us, because we're disciplined. We're focused, right? We got those plans in place. But realistically, yeah, not everybody does, right? And the markets are just trying to put their footing down and figure out what direction to go into. So you're gonna get that volatility at open. After the first hour, all right, well, people have picked their directions. They have their sentiments. They're either getting in trades, getting stopped out of trades, just being wrong on their input to the market. Steve says, this is on my dashboard. Yep, go to your dashboard. Scroll down. There's a section that says free resources. If you click, you'll see an icon that says 10 EMA strategy, and just hit the button that says add free, and You'll be able to open it, download it, make it your own. You can print it out, paste it above your computer. At open, did the stock gap prior or lower? So exactly, if we were looking at all those stocks today, the 6 that we're focusing on, and we're saying, where did this thing gap? Is it in inside day? Or are we gapping out either higher or lower? So if yes, go to rule 5, which means using the 3-minute chart for entries, bear bull strategies. This is how we're kind of playing 5 out of those 6 now. And then Delta did qualify. Was Delta? No, Roblox is the one that didn't qualify. Everything else did. But you're looking for a bull candle closing. So if you want to go bearish, you need a bull candle to come in below that 10 EMA on both time frames, extended and non-extended hours, right? The reason being is because you have some kind of sell-off, obviously, to go from above the 10 EMA down below it. And what are we waiting for? We're waiting for some bulls to come in and say, okay, cool. This thing dropped enough. We want to take it higher. That's fine. You guys do what you want to do. But for us on our strategy, we're only getting in below that candle if we're going bearish. Because that candle closes green, there's more bulls buying in that. Guess what? There's more people being trapped. That also means that the bears are stronger than those bulls. So that means that that stock has much more potential to make a decent little flow, decent little drop below that candle. And we have the bull strategy. So this is the same thing, just reverse. So this is the bear candle closing above the 10 EMA on both time frames, extended and non-extended. And same thing, once we're above it, we're waiting for that red candle to come in, because that's people either selling their shares, like, hey, I'm taking profits, or people starting to short at that level. And if we start to break above that red candle, that means those people are trapped. What happens when you short? You have to now, to get out of the position, you have to buy back those shares, right? So now you have a little bit more people trapped, and it's also giving us a little bit more sentiment like, yeah, it's probably going to continue in that direction, right? So that's the trade for that. First 20 minutes did prior high or prior low get taken out? If yes, so this one could have applied to Roblox. I'll have to check Roblox in a second. But if Roblox within the first 20 minutes ended up breaking higher or breaking lower, that would now qualify for us to trade it as well. If yes, we go to number 5, which we covered. If no, go to number 3. Number 3 is first 20 minutes. Did the stock, I can't read today. Did the stock have a bear candle gapping above or bull candle gapping below the open? Yes, go to 5. No, go to 4. 4 is you have to wait 1 hour. So it does not qualify now for 1 hour until, and then again, the strategy works better. You trend a little bit more after the first hour. The beginning part of the day, going to be a little bit more volatile, and it's going to be a little bit more volatile and a little bit more not trending as well. Bala says, apologies is equal. If this was asked and answered. If this was asked and answered, where do I find the recordings of this week's meetings? On YouTube, we do have a channel dedicated to that. Let me switch back. I'm not going to run through the rest of the rules for the trading plan, just so I could check out the market. But again, go to reallifetrading.com. Just create your dashboard. It's free. It's freemium. There's no cost. And then on your dashboard, you'll automatically have an icon populated for you that says 10 EMA strategy. You guys are more than welcome to open that and do that. Somebody in the chat is saying the baby Doge. I'd have to check that one. How's the Netflix chart? Let me see. No, I don't know where it is. Don't worry about the typo. Let me just try to find that. There was a channel created. I'll throw it in the chat pane. The recordings. Oh shoot! I should probably be recording this, huh? I'm gonna hit record and then there we go. For anybody just tuning in, hold on. Let me make sure I record to the cloud. Actually. Stop recording. This way we get that video out to record to the cloud. All right, for anybody tuning in, it is 10 a.m. We've been open for 30 minutes, and I just remembered I should probably record this just because we had a question about recording. So, yeah, we do have a link for that. We do also send out an email with the videos as well. I just give me a few minutes. Let me just review the charts, and then I'll get back to you with that. Just remind me again. Oh, there you go. Sochi. That's my girl right there. Sochi has a YouTube link. She just posted it in the chat, so you guys can check that out. But that has any of the recordings that we have from the morning rooms. That has any of the recordings from the swing trade rooms, things like that. And you should be by day, I would assume. John has to go to his job. Have a great day. You as well. Let's see if we could crush these markets. Daniel says, are you buying today? Buying what? Exactly. What do you want to buy? I'll buy things. If it's a good deal, I like a good sale. So if something is on sale, yeah, hook it up. what are we talking? Let's just take a look at the Netflix chart. So we have somebody on YouTube posted about Netflix chart. Right now it's just chilling. So it's just still an inside day. You're still inside of this hammer. You are breaking out. So it's a spot to watch, but you are breaking out from at least the open of yesterday or attempting to. So this is going to be a key level that we're approaching on Netflix. This is a retest gap. It has not retested. I do think this gap can actually fill at some point, but this chart looks pretty gross in general. So if we start really breaking this hammer, I don't know if today's the day I would just overly aggressive jump in, even on this day. So this is a big gap down. We have some kind of indecision. All of this action is still below that indecision at this point. So yes, we do have high volume. This would be really the candle. So anything really above 4, probably 411. I could probably get that to the penny, but 411, that would probably signify that we're most likely coming in for some kind of a gap fill. Otherwise, we're still a little bit weaker. We do have a little bit of hope as we're just kind of hanging inside that one hammer. But even yesterday's close, it's in the hammer, but it's below that indecision. So I would just, if you like Netflix, if you own Netflix, if you think Netflix is a company you want in the long term, it's probably a decent spot to buy some shares. But I'm not going all in. All right, Cecil, let me see what Jeremy took. If he took anything else besides Delta at this point. Nope. So the only one he's in on is Delta. Let me just review the chart, see if anything else would qualify to this point. DAL. Again, it's a retest gap. It did come down. It almost fully did a retest. Not quite. But again, I'm a little concerned about the resistance. Again, we only need a 1.2 R on that one per the strategy. Jeremy's in that one. Let's check out Nvidia. Nvidia is going to be an interesting one. If we could break that 235.24, that might have some legs behind it. Inside day, yeah, this one looks decent. Let me flip this one to a 3-minute. This one has a lot of room to run. The strategy would have been, let's see if we got a red candle. Yep. So this one would have qualified. I should have took this one. It's going over my rules. I don't care. That's all right. I have the rest of the day make money and really the rest of the year. And then providing that I'm still alive after that year, I'll probably have the next year and then continue. So I don't mind missing trades, but this one would have been a good setup. So this one would have been entry. We could probably play a retest. John says you can use either shares or options. Is that a question or a statement? Yeah. So if you want to trade options, you could do that too. So obviously a contract, an option contract represents 100 shares. So if you have your R, right, and you're putting in, I have an Excel spreadsheet, so I'll just put in my entries, my stops. It will also automatically give me how many R's I'm going to get. So if I'm getting, I'll know like where my 1R is, my 1.2, my 1.4, my 2Rs, my 3Rs. That automatically just populates because I have the formulas already built into the Excel spreadsheet. We do also, I believe, Sochi could answer this one, but we do have on the dashboard, I believe, a sample. Well, we have a sample trading plan, but then I believe we also have a sample kind of Excel spreadsheet to enter your orders in, so that you have that as well. So that's number one. I put that into my trade, but let's say it says 500 shares. Something like Delta, that's probably easier. It's a little bit cheaper of a stock. If I need 500 shares of Nvidia, 500 shares of Tesla, it's usually not the case. It's all based relatively on the R, but you technically, instead of getting 500 shares, you could get 5 contracts. Yep, free. That's the word I was looking for. Free trading journal. Sochi's key to me today. But yeah, so you could do it. You could do the options as opposed to shares. It does work a little bit differently. Obviously, the options. So you do want something with when the options are there. You do want high volatility as well. You want to make sure you're not the only one buying it. So there's a little bit extra step to the option portion. But again, if you're comfortable with stocks, so like AMD has good options, Tesla, Roblox is okay with options. It's not horrible. Nvidia is not bad. Nvidia is pretty good. Apple is very good. So like the stocks that we're trading mainly this month, their options are decent. Like you could pretty much take the options as opposed to shares. And the main benefit is obviously you're not locking in all of your margin on certain trades, but you still have the same calculation as far as risk to reward on those trades. All right, we got Tesla. Little bit of a pop on Tesla. It's not the first EMA. Roblox. Does Roblox qualify on the Roblox did not even know. So Roblox did not qualify yet. Just being patient, So is it weird? I think Hollywood has lied to a lot of people and said trading, you have to be in all the time on something. Justin in YouTube says, how do you make non-emotional calls? You mean like if I've been drinking and I'll kind of miss people and I'm like, you know what, I just had to call you real quick. This is a very emotional conversation. Let's take a look at Apple. It's twofold, Justin. It is having a plan, writing down the plan, knowing your rules. And there's an episode of Seinfeld where they were renting a car. So he reserves the car. But when he gets to the dealership, he's like, yeah, I'm here to pick up the car that I'm renting. And the lady behind the desk is like, well, we don't have your car. He's like, but I reserved it. She's like, yeah, we have your reservation. We just don't have the car. And he's like, well, what good is the reservation if you don't keep the car? The whole purpose of the reservation is to hold the car. It's the same thing. If you have a plan and you're not following your plan and you're constantly breaking your rules, there has to be in the plans. We do have what is the pleasure, what is the pain. Being a day trader, this is a common misconception. Cam took Tesla, hit 1R. We're going to take a look at that trade. 1 second. I'm just waiting for Apple to kind of pull back a little bit, give me some kind of red candle. But the main part of having the plan is keeping it, right? And if you're finding you're not, you have to be a disciplined trader if you want to trade consistently. If you want to randomly hit a home run, you want to trade GameStop. If you randomly want to, is AMD setting up? Let's check AMD real quick. If you randomly want to have a winning day and then a massive losing day and give back all your profits, then don't follow the plan, right? It comes down to, oh man, this is off. Oh no, dang it. AMD did set up. So AMD's entry would have been 114.17. We'd be in it, whether it works or not, I don't know. But the common misconception is you have to be a day trader, you have to win all the time. In no real sense of any real world activities is that the case. There's Apple's pullback. The plan, if you're a day trader, your job is to stick to the plan, not to take the trades. That's wild, right? Think about that. Like if you have a written down plan, you go in, you back test it, you know roughly how many R's that you're going to be getting on average with that plan. This is the first. This could be a good setup. Let's see. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me just try to figure out this trade. It has to close above this 162.97. I'm just trying to beat Jeremy, to be honest. Trying to get my trade in before him. If he hops in before me, we'll still watch the trade. We'll still set it up here. But if he does post, because he's just a way quicker than I am. 162.96. 96. And I'm going to be looking for probably throwing a stop down here. 161.80. This still has to close above it though. 161.80. We would need this. This is a 1.2. Try to get a 1.2 on it. So 164.35 would be targets. Oh man, if we're shooting for a 164, really 35. Do we get a close above it? We're close there. We're good there. We got a little bit of resistance, selling pressure up there. SPY had a nice little break. It's just really a pullback. All right, let's go with this one. And this will be a good segue. It's a good segue into what I'm thinking. 162.96 by 161.80. My personal trade. And for you guys on YouTube, so just so you guys know, or even in the chat pane during free week, anytime I take a trade, I post it before I take it. Strange, I know. I'm just waiting on this one. I'm just waiting another minute or two. I want to see how this candle closes before I do. So I'll post it into the chat pane, and then I'll also in Slack, which is a tool that you do get if you subscribe to Real Life Trading. It's your way of communicating. We do post it in there as well. So again, I'm posting my trades before I hit my entry order, and I'm just waiting. Just want to see where this candle closes. Market's pulling back a little bit. Not too concerned yet. We did have a little bit of a bullish run. This could come back roughly to about 440.70. I'd be expecting. That's about a 50% retrace of the entire move that we've had from bottom to low. So we still have a little bit of support in the market. I'm not really freaking out on this candle. We got the Seinfeld, not to stick to trades. So true. It seems that we make decisions that seem so either pessimistic or we want more, or optimistic. Yep. And then we get regret. Yeah, that's it. And the problem is, like, once you don't stick to your plans, again, it's like, why do you have the plan? And then not only that, but like, even for like some of the mentor groups that we do here, Real Life Trading, things like that. Do you know how much easier it is, whether it's also Real Life Trading, anybody else looking at your trades, trying to help you out? I don't care if you're a really good trader. Oh, this apple got a little trap on the apple. That's decent. We're at a spot. We could reverse. We're not going to get triggered. This is going to be a stop limit order. We're not going to get triggered unless we're getting triggered above that candle. But I'm seeing this would be a decent retest candle. So this 1, 2, 3, 4 candles in a row, that's bullish. If this candle closes below here, the trade so far is negated. I have to continue waiting. And like, I'm waiting a little extra just because that one technically closed below that 10 EMA. Slightly, but it did. Let's see what else is happening. So that candle closed below. I'm not throwing out that trade. Discipline. It's all about the discipline. Tesla coming back a little bit. Again, now SPY did close below that 10 EMA as well. And we're just waiting. We do have that 100 in the market holding it up. I don't know, like starting conversations and not finishing them, but just kind of watching the market at the same time. But yeah, a lot of people, they just have the conception or belief that they have to trade every single day. I know a lot of people that will get into a trade. They're like, okay, I'm going bullish. Then as soon as they sell it, they're going bearish because now they want to catch the downside to that move as well. And they're just back and forth, back and forth. Justin in YouTube says, I am waiting a little extra. The story of my trading life. Do you know the best way to not lose money in the market, Justin? It's just not to trade it. I mean, there's going to be a certain extent where then you're not really making money in the market either, but you're not losing. But that's fine. Always rationalizing. So let me ask you this, Justin. Do you have a actual trading plan that you've typed out? Because Justin has a good point. I've talked to plenty of traders, and like they'll have plans, they'll see the setups, everything looks good, but they don't take the actual setup. Right? Everything fits their criteria, but they don't actually get in. Justin says, I do have the plan. Hold on for dear life. Okay. It's a strategy. If you pick them right, it's a terrific strategy, you know. Otherwise, it could also be a good strategy if like the buttons you like to hit is like how to transfer money from your bank account back into your broker. That would be one that I would use as well, most likely. It's a good way. You just buy things, you hold, you're like, how did this Enron not go up? I don't understand. Enron? I'm just holding on for dear life on this one. It's at zero? Good thing I got my Bear Stearns in there. And I'm going to hold that one forever. I'm going to hold Bear Stearns forever. Oh, that didn't work? I'll just do another transfer. I'll just transfer. But yeah, number one, Justin, what I would do is have a plan. Have that plan written down. Like it's in your head. It's easy to break those rules if it's in your head. Then if you're concerned with over rationalizing the trades, the question is, did you back trade that plan? For back trading, I like to go on to tradingview.com. Again, it's free. You could back trade. If you do have the paid membership, you'll have real-time data. Not that that is that important for back trading, but with that, at least the basic membership, which is not that expensive, but if you have that first back trading plan, I mean, if you have the first package with them, then you could actually go into like 5-minute charts and 3-minute charts and things like that. Where if you have the free plan, you're really only able to back trade a certain amount of distance on like the daily charts, things like that. So there's some advantages and non-advantages. Thinkorswim does have a program for back trading, but for me, it's just a little clunky. Like you hit the button, just throws out the candles, like prints them how it closed, not like TradingView. If you're back trading on TradingView, you actually see the candles develop as well, which is a main, for me, it's a main, that's a huge point. It's honestly a huge point because now in real time, like Nvidia's next candle, is it just going to plop a full candle out there? No, like there's each candle is telling, each candle is telling a story, right? You want to know, like right now in Nvidia, you have that 10 EMA coming in, right? So you have that's the average of your last 10 candles in a row. You have this wick coming down. So bear candle. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 bullish candles in a row. Technically an inside candle there. So another 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 8 candles in a row bullish. That's some kind of bullish sentiment. Then you have a little bit of selling in this candle. You had some continued selling, some continued profit taking. You dip below that 10 EMA. It felt a little bit bearish at that time, but the bull said, no, we're still bullish on this trade. Obviously, candle's still open. We'll see. But now you're getting a hammer off of that Nvidia 10 EMA. This probably, we'll see if we can get above that 236.52, but that's a good sentiment to say, hey, you know what? There's still some bulls in this trade. There's still people interested. And also now I'm looking at this candle and saying, all right, well, that's where the bulls pushed this thing up before. It's also tried to break the 10 EMA. Bulls got it above. So if I'm like, you know what, that's a lot of candles in a row, and for whatever reason I'm looking at Nvidia, I'm like, nah, we got to go bearish today. Guess where I'm going bearish? Providing that I'm not on a 10 EMA strategy. I'm going to probably take, or at least look for a breakdown of that candle, right, where that bulls came in. So the candles tell you a lot. If you're back trading using the candles that actually develop, you start to understand the sentiment behind the candles a little bit more. Once you understand the sentiment, you understand trading. That simple. If you could understand who's on the other side of that computer, hitting buttons, bullish, bearish, whatever the case, buy, sell, why they're selling, that's all important. But understanding their emotions during that trade, that's key. Roblox, did that one break? We we did not break the highs of the day. So technically I cannot trade. Nope. I cannot trade Roblox for another 9 minutes. And then all of the 6 that we're looking at is open. But you do have a little bit of a potential trade. This would be for 10 EMA, and I have to check the extended hours, but it would be 66.51 on a breakdown. And probably the stops for me would be roughly 67.30. But again, I can't trade that for now 8 more minutes until that one would open up. And again, it's inside day. So once you have an inside day, are you expecting crazy moves? No. Can it happen? Of course. But can we make money off of it? Sure. Steve says, I have a plan, but I'm still too slow to see it. I think, Steve, I think that just comes with repeating the process over and over again. Right. So if you have a plan, you most likely in that plan, or at least should, and go back and just recheck those plans. But you should have an exact setup that you like. And it could be the 10 EMA. It could be a gapping play in the morning. It could be you're buying off certain support, resistance. You're waiting for a hammer candle. You're looking for a bullish engulfing candle, bearish engulfing, whatever it is, but it should be a very specific. That's all repetition. You'll definitely get there. Yeah, how crazy is this? Anybody in the world can be a day trader. All you need is internet, a little bit of dedication, and some knowledge. Right? So we provide education, as much humanly possible education as we could do. But as long as you have internet access, you could be on a beach in Hawaii like Johnny Guarco right now, just sitting by the ocean, just raking in some cash. Right? That's wild. Justin says, do you measure sentiment in minutes, hours, or longer time frames? Realistically, every time frame. As much like this. What year are we in? We're in 2022. That's crazy. The technology that we have right now, the information at our fingertips is ridiculous. So what the actual, like, if we're going through time frames, and again, I'm in the beginner room, so if I miss some trades or whatever, I'd rather people understand, because again, this is free week, and I hope a lot of you guys are. I hope I'm trading with you guys next week. I would love to trade with you guys. I would help to enrich lives. I would love to make some R's together, but realistically, I know not everybody's going to. Maybe it's not the right time. Maybe they're just here for the education, whatever the case. But if I could teach somebody something this week that will help their P&L, help their goals, help enrich their lives, they're going to be able to take that information and now push that forward. So for me, missing a trade, I miss out on some money. It is what it is. If I could help you guys make some money, no problem, right? So Rock says I came for free week and never left. Yeah, that was, man, you've been around for how long now, Rock? You've been with us. Is it a year yet? You've been here. You've been here a minute. Look at those boots. They're trying to grow roots. Almost 2 years. Whew. So if I'm putting up a daily chart, right, this is giving me information on the daily. This is giving me a longer term outlook, right? So if I like something on the daily chart, I'm looking at like, okay, what's the sentiment during this day, the entire day? We have a lot more information. I don't have to be on a minute chart. What does that day look like? That's going to give me a broader sense of the markets, that stock that I might be trading. Same thing when I said, hey, throw out some stocks. There was a couple of them. What was it? AR or something? I've never looked at AR in my life, but I know how to read the candles, so I can still understand the sentiment, right? So this is so far This is the story of Apple throughout the entire career. I mean, it goes back further, but the entire career of Apple, you could see and read the entire story of that company. Now I'm starting to get into, okay, well, what happened recently in the book? What's going on in the book now? Okay, well, some people actually very bearish at open, sold off. We freaked out. There's some buyers in here. Why not? Do I think Apple will be higher than 162 at some time within the next 10 years? Yeah, probably. So this right here, this little retest, like I'm starting to see some buying coming in. Do I think actually all the selling's done? No, because on a wave count, 1, 2, 3, I think this is some type of a 4. Could we go a little bit higher before? Yeah, probably like up to 167. Probably a better time to look for some kind of reversal, whether we come in for double bottom or we break one new lower low, something like that. But all of this here is telling me like the story now, day by day, what's happening. Then I'm like, okay, cool. So let's do this actually on Apple. What kind of gap is this today? Go ahead, throw that into the chat pane. I probably mentioned it before, but now I'm just testing you guys, see who's listening. What kind of gap is this for Apple today? So we had a day. Yep. So it's a bullish retest. Correct. So we're sentiment for the day is bullish, but we also gapped up from another bullish day. There's people buying here. There's people buying here. So on this gap, what do you think people's emotions at the beginning of this day was? They were ecstatic. Anybody that bought here, these people, they're already numb to the pain and whatever. But these people, anybody that bought here, every single one of them are profitable. What do you think you do? Most people, like we're here looking at the markets for sure. And we're saying, all right, we understand maybe some Fed news, rate hikes. We kind of have a little bit more in depth because this is what we do. We look at the markets. We start to understand it. Same thing with anything. You're just watching something, you start to grasp. Most people in the world, they are going to some type of a job. They're going to work. They're in school. They're XYZ. They have no idea why things are moving. All they do is in the morning, they open up their account. They saw that they bought Apple and now you're getting a gap up. You're making money. What do most people do? They freak out. They sell. They lock those profits. Why not? Right? You have zero reason as to why your stock individually is moving higher, but cool. I have more money in my pocket than I did a previous day. So those people are locking in profits. That causes the stock to sell, come into a retest. You still have bullish sentiment, at least to this point. But are you buying at open? No, I'm looking for some kind of a retest. If I roll into a smaller time frame now, let's go to a 15-minute. Right? Now I'm seeing, okay, in this 15-minute chart, where are we opening? Up here, we know it's a retest. All right. I know I'm not buying here at open. If I do want to buy, where's a good spot? I'd probably consider 162.48. But do I have a little gap? Open and close? Would this be a much better spot? 160, 97, 95, something like that. Would that be a better spot? Whether it gets there or not, I don't know. If it never does and I don't get triggered, but that's more of a spot that I might be considering. And if I want to go short on something, all right, let's see if we can get a little short set up. Let's go to a 5-minute chart. Right? Do we have a setup at all? Do we have a little bit of a tweezer bottom? Bulls came in there, bulls came in there. If I was to short Apple, my daily sentiment said, all right, we're probably retesting. Could I not play this opening candle? Now that I waited 10 minutes, I have a little bit of a tweezer bottom. If I set my entry bearish there, whatever price that is, and my stop right above this candle, why would I stop? Why would I put a stop up there? Probably because if I'm taking a break and this candle triggers me, and then all of a sudden, a couple of candles later, we start breaking out highs of the day, I'm wrong on my trade. Bears are wrong. You're going to be wrong in the markets. That would be my exit. I'd be like, yep, that's it for me. I tried. Little trap, no problem. But there's a good trade there. We have from the daily chart. We expect some kind of a retest. We get triggered here. Okay, brief wick there. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles in a row. My stop is still up here, so I'm still in this trade. Now we start coming down. If we start to really close, I probably wouldn't move my stop yet. I would just be a little bit more patient. Because I still have the same sentiment as before. We probably have to pull back, retest a little bit. So now if I start closing, probably underneath this wick, so somewhere under 161, 61, somewhere in that zone, guess what? I'm able to move my stop down. So for all you guys that are trading with the R system, your R, like I'll say R, it could mean something different to everybody. You could have $100 R, you could have a $5,000 R. That's up to you. That's just all based on your account size. That's just based on your comfortability level with it. Like you choose what your R is. It's all predetermined. So let's say it's a $500 R, right? And I got triggered in there on that breakdown. My stop's up there. If I get triggered and I get stopped, I know what my risk is. I'm losing $500. But now we had this extra pivot come in. Does this trade have to work? Do we have to make money on it? Do we have to hit targets? No, anything could happen in the market. But now we have that additional pivot come in. I could move my stops down, right? Probably above that pivot because now we have some selling, a little bit of buying, some profit taking. If this pivot at all breaks, you know what? I'll lose less than an R. Maybe that's about a half R. I've now changed my risk on this trade from 500 to 250. Okay. Two things at this point are going to happen live in the market, and we'll watch, we'll see. But it's either we're going to pop up, stop us out, we lose $250. When I'm getting into a trade, and this is not 10 EMA, so I'm not looking for 1.2, 1.4. Really, I'm looking like, can I make 2 R's down to that point? Probably just based on this. I don't have the exact numbers in the spreadsheet, but to me, yeah, it looks like we start retesting, we get to this 160 somewhere up there. There's a good shot we could hit 2 R's. But if we lose, okay, we took one trade, we're down $250 for the day. My next trade that I'm looking for, what am I risking? No matter where the entries or where the stops, I'm still risking $250. I'm sorry, I'm risking $500 on this trade, on the next trade I take, right? So let's say this trade that goes against us, we lose. I'm taking another trade. That one works out. We end up hitting, let's say we hit 1.2. I don't even know what that gives us. That gives us what, 600, 630, whatever the case. Are we positive for the day? Yeah, we're probably up, I don't know, roughly $300, we'll say. Could the next trade go over to 2 R's? Sure, we made $1,000 on that trade, right? We hit out 2 R's, we made $1,000. We only risked $250 on that first one that we lost on. So now at this point, we're only 50% traders. We have only made 50% correct trades, right? But are we profitable for the day? It doesn't matter. Again, if your R is 100, it doesn't matter if it's 5,000, it doesn't matter if it's a $500,000 R. That's all just based on your portfolio size. And if you're at $100 R, why are you taking trades assuming that it's $100 R? Think about this. Is your goal in 5 years from now to have $100 R? No. I want to grow my account. The more my account grows over time, I'm going to increase my R. So now I started at $100 R. A couple months later, maybe I'm at $150, $200, $250. If you're like, hey, you know what? I'm working. I hate my job. I want to quit. All right. Well, if you want to consider being a full-time day trader, you have to know, no matter if you're paper trading right now, you want to see if your plan works, you want to back trade your setups, you want to make sure that you know what your average R is. So over the next 6 months, you're just keeping track. You're saying, cool, I would have had, again, the dollar amount is meaningless. Money means nothing. But if you're looking at your R's and you're saying, all right, you know what, on average, I'm looking at maybe 10 R's a month. Let's do some math. This is the math portion while we're just kind of waiting for the market. Nothing's really setting up yet. And market is still a little bit choppy. I mean, even after all of that time, let's see where we're at in the actual market before we get into this. The SPY itself is roughly right where we opened. So after that whole everything, think about that. We've just wasted a lot of time. Like we're pretty much right where we opened. Looking a little bit more bearish at this point. I do expect some kind of retest, but then probably some kind of continuation. As of now, it looks a little more bearish. But if you're thinking like, can I do this full time? If you know you're averaging 10 hours a month, let's say, and it could be anything, 15, it could be 7, it could be 6, it could be, we could always work on increasing your R's. What can we look at in your plan? What can we look at your strategy that will go from 10 R's to 12 R's? That's going to make a big difference on your P&L, right? But okay, right now, last 6 months I'm trading, I'm getting about 10 R's a month. Back and forth, battling, winning some, losing some. I'm averaging 10 R's a month. If you have, now you're saying, okay, I want to quit my job, but I don't like it. I just want to do something else. I need extra income, whatever the goal is. And you're saying, okay, I need how much money to live? I need I don't know, $5,000 a month to live, right? Okay, so each R right now is $100. $100 R. If you're getting 10 R's a month, you're making roughly $1,000 a month trading with $100 R. That's not bad, right? Not horrible. But is it $5,000? No. So either the plan is, okay, cool, well, I could just try to get 50 R's every month. That becomes a little challenging because a lot of times you're going to be forcing trades, trying to stay in there for some bigger wins. But if you're increasing, so now you're adding money, even $1,000 a month, so to your account, that's within 2-3 months. All right, maybe your R just changed to $150. Let me clear this. So your R is now $150. Why is it $150? Because your account is higher. You have a bigger dollar amount. You're still only risking no more than 2% of your entire account, right? And for your trade, I mean, again, most people are probably under 1% under, but max would be 2%. That's your max. So now let's say your account's growing. You're saying, cool, I'm successful trading. I'm trading consistently. I'm trading profitably. At this point, okay, I'm able to increase my R now. I'm sticking to the same plan. My entries are the same. Setups are the same. I've proven the system. I like it. It works good for me. I'm comfortable. All right, you're still making 10 R's a month, but now every month you're making $1,500, right? You've given yourself a raise by just following the plan and just following the process. You've just made an extra $500, right? You still need $5,000 to live. But again, it's not, I need to get rich today. I don't need to get rich. Like what? If you're sitting there like, I need to get rich today, ask yourself why. Why today? Why is it today that you need $1 million? Think about that. Like, what if I said, you know what? In 5 years from now, you'll have $1 million. Is it worth the wait? Like, I think so. Right. And again, it's all scalable. So now again, if you get 10 R's a month, right? Whatever your average is. But now if you're scaling up over time, that R could be $1,000, right? You're building it up slowly, surely. You're not getting too aggressive. You're following your plan. You have now $1,000 R. You're still averaging 10 R's a month. You need $5,000 to live. Pay your bills, pay your mortgage, pay your car, go on DraftKings, gamble, whatever your bills are. I don't know. But you've now made $10,000 in the market consistently every single month, right? Do you have enough money to cover your bills? Yep. Do you have an extra $5,000, $5K left over? Yep. So now you're going from, I don't care too much about the bills, which people focus on, but now at this point, I have a net profit every single month after my bills, after my expenses. I'm making $5,000 a month. And I know that I could be doing that because that's my average R. That's my average R per month, right? I'm getting 10 R's. I've worked it up over time. Didn't do anything stupid. Didn't do anything aggressive. Calm yourself down. And now you have an influx, 5,000. Guess what you can do with this? I don't know. Anything you want to. It's your life. You live your own deal. But could you now go out with that 5,000, look for real estate? There's my house. Could you get some kind of real estate investment, some kind of Airbnb property, create some additional income from renting out, having a second home? Could you now take another mortgage out on this house, get another house, build a little bit of an empire, get some real estate? You're also now battling inflation. So as inflation increases, your housing increases. Could you go on that vacation? I'm gonna draw a little sun for vacation. My art is woo. I'm like Picasso in the market. Look at that little sun. We got a little palm tree here. Oh yeah, no, I'm just selling the dream at this point. Oh, I'm just considering where I want to be. There we go. Could you take that money, take the family on vacation? Could you literally do whatever you want? Could you donate money to charity? Help. I mean, you've now enriched your own life. Could you now take that money, help to enrich other people's lives? Some people maybe less fortunate. Can you show them the stock market? Can you teach them how you did it? Yeah, you have a consistent, profitable, repeatable plan that you're able to now take anywhere, do honestly whatever you want. You could absolutely love your job. You don't have to quit, but you have the option. Keep the job, make the additional revenue. How long have I been doing this for? I'd say probably officially, like really going at it, maybe 14 years. Probably 14 years. Let's see what the chat saying. I'm not much of a Python C. So Colin's coding some tools. All right, dope. What this means is I will understand code. It sounds like by you coding, Colin, does that mean like you're in some way just kind of coming up with a plan? I like it. Oh man, this user's name is GamePlan80th. Anyway, you will lose the entries. Anyway, you will lose money. Unpredictable scenarios in economy cannot be optimized by any code. Yes and no. I mean, it depends on the time frame. So like the main key game plan is your stops, right? If you create a code, I mean, there's algorithms all the time. Not every algorithm, just like not every trader is going to make money every single trade, maybe not even every single day, maybe not every single week. Like the algos, you still have to kind of look into, make sure that the algo that you set up 6 months ago, because again, 6 months ago, we were in an extremely bullish market. Everything was going up. If you had the algo set to buy longs, sell when it was flipping and re-get back in, you probably made a lot of money. Is those algos working the same way now in a little bit of a choppy market, a little bit of a pullback market? Probably not performing as well. They might still be profitable. I have no clue. Depends on the formula that goes behind it. But you might have to update the algo to kind of fit current market conditions, right? There's always some kind of news that comes out. There's always something like that. But if your program is saying here's your stop, and you know you have a calculated risk getting in, all right. So maybe you had 5 trades out there, and you were risking 1 R in each trade, and some horrible news comes out in the market. I've lost 5 Rs. Is your R size comfortable enough where you don't mind losing 5 Rs? Like, yeah, it sucks to lose 5 Rs. But if you don't have the stops, you don't pull out the trade, can that now go into a 50 R loss with a big major coronavirus 2.0 coming out? Yeah, right. So you're still in the game. It's all about progression. Good question. I don't need it today. I would be happy with a regular income. Hefty lump sum to trade with. All right. Justin says, good question. I don't need it today. I would be happy with a regular income, hefty lump sum to trade with. I like that. Don't need it today. So you're like, maybe I should be realistic, right? Maybe I don't have to get aggressive with trades today. But I know by following the process, following the plan, increasing the R's when it's available to see fit. Delta ended up reversing a little bit. That would have been another little bit of a bear setup we could have taken on that one. This one closed before, above on Apple. Tesla would have been a 10 EMA here. So we're starting to sell off a little bit more. So a little bit more pullback. Again, I think roughly the first hour, market was really off of the hype from that opening gap, which essentially I think came from Microsoft. And today's a weird day to trade. If I take a trade at all, I mean, I have no idea. It's no guarantee. I'm positive for the week, positive for the year. Do I have to trade every day? No, I'm going to let the trades come to me. But yeah, we have, like, if I see something. But again, I'd rather spend the time, make sure that you guys fully understand the concepts. You could probably flip Delta. Let me see if Jeremy did that actually. Did he flip Delta? Or did he take any other trades? He took AMD. Bearish. Let's see what he took. I mean, I could tell exactly what he took. So Jeremy is taking 113.11. 113.11. Probably under this candle is the first one that qualifies. So entry right below that. Again, there's your first breakdown of the 10 EMA. That's your first bullish candle. His stop is 118. Was that 17? Oh no, my bad. 114.17. If I'm reading that correctly. Looks like he's right above here. Yeah, actually, the numbers are hard to read from that trading view post, but looks like 114.50-ish, 57. And then targets look like 112.20. So we'll see if that one gets down there, but that one does qualify. Again, Delta on a flip, that would qualify as well. Tesla, we could have probably tried to catch a retest on Tesla. We could probably actually still put out the trade if we want to, because that's where we would have got entry. Rock says waiting for DraftKings to go bullish. I mean, bearish. Maybe like 6 months ago, that would have triggered for you. It's probably the time. We shall see. Oh man, so we've been at it for just over an hour 20 minutes, just under an hour 20 minutes. For me personally, have not gotten into a trade. There's a couple we just missed just from me not paying attention. Roblox has a trade on it right now. Technically, the break. No, Roblox still does not actually have the trade. Entry would have been probably 66, 67. Stop somewhere up in that range. That would be a good solid setup at least. Market 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red candles in a row. We had this one with a little bit of a wick. Nvidia starting to crumble a little bit as well. No 10 EMA play yet on Nvidia, but we could watch. If we do get a bullish candle, which maybe this is it. 230.72. Let me draw out the numbers real quick. 230.72. Stop, we'll do 234.07. 234.07. This would be a bearish trade. We need 226.70. That was a retest. We'd have to break that. That's doable. I would like my top stop to be a little tighter, but we're just going to run it up with the system. And Roblox would technically be setting up here as well. All right, let's set it up. Nvidia, my personal trade, 230.72. I wouldn't be surprised if Jeremy hops in here too. If that candle's not close, I posted that trade into the chat. For anybody on YouTube, it is entry bearish. That should be 230.72. I'll type 130, but 230.72 by 234.07. I'm gonna get that ready in Slack so I could post the trade there as well. The candle has to close first, so until this candle closes, I'm not hitting enter on my order. I'm just getting ready as I have to, as we just type out all the orders that we're personally taking, so that it gives other traders opportunities to look to get into them as well if they like it. Or worst case, they could paper trade it. They could follow along the trades. They'll see how we move stops. Will this trade work? There is zero guarantee. Will I be successful as long as I follow my plan? Yes. All right. So I got my trade in there. Entry is 230.72. Again, I'm just really looking for a little bit of a breakdown. We do have a little bit of resistance. Market right now below the 10, below the 100. There is a lot of bear candles in a row in the SPY itself, so I am a little concerned about that. But then with stops we have is 234.07. And I'm looking for 1.2, so target on this trade if we get triggered. And if we don't, it's all good. 226.70. Target would be 226.70 for a 1.2 R win if we get triggered. And we'll see. I mean, the market definitely a little bit bullish. We got the Fed meeting coming up. I can't imagine anybody is that comfortable with holding some shares right before that comes out. And if you think about it, like why would you, like, even if you were looking for, like, all right, let's talk about multiple time frames. If you're thinking like, hey, I want to swing trade something, would you do it right before the market started pushing out some kind of like big news that could determine which way this market goes? If you were long-term investing, is now the best time to buy something? If you had money that you made from the last couple of days, Roblox is setting up too. Roblox could be a trade as well. I believe Jeremy's, I think Jeremy's in the room for another 8 minutes. We'll see. But the Fed meeting that comes out, the Fed report, so the Fed report comes out at 2 p.m. and then Jerome, Jay, as Joe Biden calls him, he will be talking at 2:30. Again, just kind of reviewing. Usually they'll have their prepared speech. Market will move right at 2 p.m. initially, when probably quicker than any human could read. That's mainly because they have the robots kind of just scanning all of those. They have the robots scanning all of the reports that come out, trying to pick up information real quick. And then they're set to react based off of the keywords they find. You'll typically have that initial move, and then you'll have time where actual humans could develop, and you'll pretty much make another follow-up move, which might be a little bit more correct. When Jerome Powell speaks at 2:30, it doesn't really move that much off the prepared statements that he has, because it's pretty much what's in the report. I kind of want to bring my stops down. I can't do that yet though. And then usually his question and answer segment is where you get some more follow through, and that could actually create the sentiment for the rest of the day. So that's kind of how you play out the Fed meetings, for sure. Nvidia. I like this trade a lot. The only thing that I'm concerned about, we'll have to see, is for our target on this trade. We're trying to get to 226.70, which means for this trade to work, we have a little bit of probable resistance right around the zone where we first initiated out takeoff. And then we have this one lower low where the bulls came in to send it on its way up. So we have two spots that could act as some kind of resistance. Again, if I'm able to lower my stops, which in the official rules, once I get triggered into a trade, I cannot move my stops for 21 minutes. That should allow us to not get freaked out on initial moves. Market has been selling. If we could break that pivot, then yeah, I think that 1.2 is definitely in play. Because again, we still have all of this move. If we were to draw a fib, let's do a quick fib. I don't know if you guys are familiar with fibs in this room or not. And again, this is a bearish setup we're taking. We are also below VWAP. But let's see. So let's draw a quick little Fibonacci. And if you guys are not familiar with Fibonacci's, they're just really to give an idea as to how far something could come back for a retest. So 215.02, 236.52. All right, so the initial bounce at the open was only really off that 38. Then we have 225.77 would be a 50% retrace of that initial move from after hours to the opening range high. So we're looking at 225.77, and our target is 226.70. So could we hit 1.2 prior to that 50% retrace? We could. And let's see, could we now, where would a 1.4 be, just in case we do, just so I have an idea? 1.4. I'd really like to be out by the time that happens. So 226.06. All right, if we start to break that pivot at 226.06, we still have that 100 EMA starting to come in. Yeah, I am triggered on this one, whether it works or not. But I did get filled, so I'm in. This could also be a 1, 2. This is a 3, 4. Look for one rotation down further. We got a good resistance down here. We also have a good EMA, 100 EMA coming in on it. Actually, this is a 200 EMA. But we have that 10 EMA to reject off of. We also have that VWAP to reject off of. We have a lot of wicks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wicks in this little setup. So that's a lot of people buying that this candle just absolutely destroyed, right? All of those people are wrong on this trade. So there's a lot to like. And if the market, which right now the market's picking up, but on a wave count basis, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm still waiting for one more down move at least. Will we hit targets on this one? I'm not 100% sure. We do need a lot to happen on it. Can I eventually move stops? We'll see. Let me throw this in here. I am filled on Nvidia. So we'll see if we start to get some kind of follow through, some kind of sell off. I don't think that this is a bounce spot technically for the market. Even on this wave count, before we probably get a little bit of a bigger move up, I still think we get one more wave down. Then I'd also look for some kind of consolidation too. But can this trade instantly pop, go against us? 100,000% it can. Do I know if this trade's going to work for us? 0% chance. Can I actually say I think this trade's going to work? But why do I like this trade? A couple reasons. But one, it's on the 10 EMA strategy. So we did get a little bit of a trap wick so far in on this trade, right? We just got wicked in on that initial breakdown. That's not the best sign I like to see when I get into a trade. However, we went from 233.89 down to 230, 60, 230, like 68, something like that. So roughly about a $4 move within a matter of 6 minutes. Do I expect some kind of rebuying? Yeah, that would make sense to me. And then we look for some kind of, again, I think there's a 1, 2, there's a 3, potentially 4, 5. What I would love to see is that this was a previous 3, which is not. Go back to pre-market. If we do get a rotation here, that's going to be higher highs. Can we flip it? Yes. Market still struggling a little bit. Like I said, I'm kind of thinking that in the market, at least is a 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm still looking for one more pullback. Does that have to give us new lower lows? Not necessarily. But if we get some kind of rotation down here, it should be a spot we can move stops to. However, like me personally, I wouldn't mind moving stops, but especially only if it really broke underneath that previous pivot. In our rules, I cannot move stops for 21 minutes. So let's follow that rule. That's a good spot. Like if we start to break that candle lower, I think this trade definitely has a higher probability of working out. And then technically you could move stops there because now this is an indecision candle that just formed, meaning that it's not typically bullish or bearish. However, the next candle that breaks that is our deciding factor. So this candle, if this one does close below that, that means that technically, I mean, again, we don't know if this thing's going to continue running or not. Oh man. I'm actually going to take a very small win on this trade. If I could get it. And the reason I'm seeing that is because I missed something. You guys know what I missed? Is this? Oh wait, never mind. Whew. I was looking at this candle real quick, and I was like, that's the first candle that that closed below it, but it's a red candle, it's not a green candle. So never mind. I did not miss it yet. Justin says, I need more lines on the chart. I know. Maybe like another baker's dozen, something like that would be nice. This is a TTM squeeze, so this is a 3-minute non-extended hours. This one does qualify, right? So this one, we got some, like if you're using a TTM, we got some bearish momentum coming into the trade as well. And then on a non-extended, this is actually our first candle. So we would actually now be triggered. So I'm not sure I jumped that too soon or not, but this is where we would be triggered. So far, it's working out. And again, we do have this pivot. The only thing that's going to cause me to maybe not lose a full R is how long does that pivot hold for, especially coming into a decent little support. And then if we break this, I mean, that's game over for Nvidia. But I do expect this general area to cause us a little bit of trouble. But if we're not moving out stops, again, am I comfortable losing? Yes, I have no problem losing. Zero, I lose every single day. I'm going to take losing trades, but it's all about the math. So if the rules say we're not moving for 21 minutes, let's see exactly what time we got into this trade. So we got into this trade at 10:58 a.m. 10:58 a.m. So that is, let me see. That's this candle right here. So for 21 more minutes, that would be, what was that, 10, so 11:20, roughly? 11:19? I'm doing good, Justin, doing good. Just another day in the market, you know? Just another day. Man, I love weekdays. I love weekdays. People look forward to the weekends, but I much rather love the weekdays. There's 5 of those. There's only 2 days in the weekend. So Jeremy has a post regarding Delta. He did take that flip, didn't he? I knew he would. So he's looking for a small win on Delta. The rules also say for the strategy, if our trade is not really doing what we want it to do, within 15 minutes, we can just market exit, just lock a small win if we could get it. But again, this is the point where I am concerned. I'm concerned with this little area. Anything past that area, our trade is solid. But even here, a little bit longer. I mean, a little bit longer, that's 228.92. That's pretty much where our initial bounce came from. Technically, from this previous candle to here, this is a retest. We did not close this gap yet of where we actually closed in the market. So there is some downside to it. I'm still holding my 1.2. I'm trying to get the 1.2 on the trade. But if in 15 minutes the trade's not working, we're still in, we don't get stopped out. If we're still in, we have the option we could take. So that gives us what, 11.12. So at 11.12, if we're just kind of hanging out, break even, whatever the case, we could just take a market exit according to the plan. Did I see DraftKings? I see DraftKings when I sleep. I see DraftKings in my sleep. I see DraftKings. Yeah, pretty good day on and for some reason, Rock, who's in here, every single day, Rock's like DraftKings going to 100, DraftKings going to 100. We finally get, and like every day it's down. We finally get a 12% pop on DraftKings, and he types in the chat. He's like, "I'm looking to short DraftKings." Rock. Go with the flow, buddy. Go with the flow. Who is that asked? Is that George? Gregory asked, why wait 21 minutes? Why not? 21 minutes on a 3-minute chart is 7 candles. So ultimately what we're trying to do is give the trade time to work. A lot of people, it also helps with the holding muscle a little bit. So like if you're in a trade and you're finding yourself getting into trades, you like the setup, you like everything about it, and then all of a sudden, like you're moving your stops too aggressively, you're getting stopped out. It helps with the holding muscle. That's a very dangerous hammer for us. Very dangerous hammer. So could I still be in this trade in 21 minutes or less than 21 minutes? We end up getting stopped. Very true. Does the market ever go just down? No. Even in this down move that I just drew, there's still waves, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is probably a 5-wave count. This is an ABC. This trade, it might be in trouble, this trade. But I'm looking at this trade and I'm like, you know what? If I was to aggressively move it, so like if I had more emotions on my trade than not, right? So maybe I have my stop there. Maybe I have my stop here, right? Then because we start breaking down. Then I want to aggressively, like, here's a candle. Okay, we got to close under it. Like, I'm going to move my stop there. Now you get stopped here, right? And this is just an example just on this chart, whatever. But you get stopped on that wick, right? Yeah, okay. You know what? You probably, if you took a breakdown, actually, if you took a breakdown here, like that was your breakdown entry, you probably came in at break even, maybe a small loss on that trade, right? If you're too aggressive. And I'm using like a micro time frame for this. But if you get stopped there because you're just almost panicking, you don't have a certain rule as to how long you are in a trade for, like before you start to not let this stock just develop its move, then you're going to get stopped out. And then would that trade have worked from that point? The answer is yes, right? So you would have made a lot more money, but if you're overly aggressively moving stops, when I get into my trade, I know what my R is. Let's explain it like this. So let's say this is our trade and we're like, cool, we're getting in exactly where we did. And our stop is up here. Could we get triggered here on this trap candle? I mean, the fact that this hammer at least came in below that is a good sign. But this looks to me probably like some kind of ABC, some kind of consolidation. I'll be worried about a little pop up from here, in all honesty, but we'll see. All I'm doing is just following the plane. And you're getting a little bit of buying coming in. Again, yes, you're getting buying coming into the market, but this could also be a retest spot of 441. Somewhere in that zone, I look for some kind of continued just reversal at some point. So we'll see. But if when we entered our trade, entry here, stop up here, could we get into this trade and immediately it runs and stops us out? Of course. Right? So we're comfortable, or you should be comfortable, whatever your R size is, you should be comfortable always assuming a loss. Like I'm comfortable where I think this is the setup. It follows the plan. That's my spot of loss. So really at this point, now we have another pivot come in, right? We see a pretty noticeable pivot. We also see this hammer down here. We can be freaking out. Where do you think everybody else is going to place their stops right now? I would argue that would be a good spot to place your stops. I would argue that everybody else sees that exact spot on their chart. So do you ever wonder why you get wicked out sometimes? It's because everybody, the market makers, the algos, the hedge fund, everybody knows where everybody's stop is going to go, right? You can actually see it in the system, but you're looking at that spot. That's an obvious spot for some kind of spot to just stop everybody out of the trade. And then it continues, right? So by me waiting, I'm avoiding this. So could we get some kind of a hammer, right? We get shot up there. It comes back down. We get a wick out spot. right? So now we're wicked out of the trade and it closed down below and we're like, man, I wish I was in this trade. Absolutely, right? So like we know that's a spot. I'm still up here. I know I have a little bit of a resistance here. I do not really want to get above VWAP. I don't like this hammer. So there's a lot to get in, but really, has my comfortability in this trade changed? Like if I lose a full R, which could happen. If I lose a full R in this trade, well, why'd I risk it in the first place? Why'd I risk it for the biscuit? Right? So nothing really changed as far as my risk goes. There's by me moving my stop, I'm still just giving this trade time to work. I do think the market pulls back one more time as well. We're probably getting closer to that spot of some type of reversal. Technically here on the SPY, we're making lower lows. If we do get a new reversal down here, that would now be also creating new lower highs as well. And that overall puts the market at a bearish sentiment, right? So, and again, it comes down to math. Do I want to lose an R? Absolutely not. I would love to just hit 1.2, 1.4, 2R, 3Rs, every single trade. But I know if I take this trade and I do lose a full R, right? Because I'm extra patient, I'm just waiting for things to develop and happen. Can I take another trade, my next trade that I see, another setup, and hit a 1.2? Absolutely. So now I'm hitting a 1.2. I've lost an R on this trade if I get stopped out, right? I'm still a 50% trader, but what am I? I'm also a profitable trader, right? Is 2 R's going to change the world? A 0.2 R going to change the world? Probably not. But I'm living to see another day. I'm starting to market again, and I know that the strategy works because it's been tested. It's been back tested, and I know by me being comfortable taking a loss in the R, overall long term, this market will move. Now the market, we still have a couple more minutes before I can move stops. So if we start to get, because of this hammer that came in, right, little bear trap wick, 1 candle, 2 candles, 3 candles, we got VWAP, we have some other resistance up here. If I'm being patient and waiting, we get another pivot, 21 minutes hits. All right, well, now the market's saying, well, you almost have a double top up here if this is where this closes, right? So that gives me a spot. VWAP came down a little bit. I'm a little bit more patient. I'm moving my stops down. And the market is saying, you know what, you've been patient and you could exit. If we stop you out, you're going to lose less than an R. And then it becomes a lot easier on my next trade to make that run, right? To get back to positive for the day. But we'll see. We'll see. But I was comfortable getting into the trade, losing an R. So 21 minutes later, I'm still very comfortable, and I'm just waiting for things to develop. That's it. Mark says, it seems like after a gap up, buying the dip after a short pop on the S-curve would have been a good strategy this morning for numerous trades. Do you agree? And is it a good strategy for morning trading bullish? Yes. So basically you're playing the gaps, right? We did cover this a little bit in the morning, but because we're doing the 10 EMA, so a lot of times I'll be looking for gap plays. But if this candle, right? So let's say you have a candle closing yesterday, green candle. Right? This is green, not red. Green candle. And you gap up here, right? You're opening here. Actually, let me redraw this picture. So basically, this is your green candle from yesterday. So there's buying in this candle, bullish. And this is where you open. What is the sentiment at open? It's still bullish. You still have a bullish sentiment. But are you waiting? Like, are you jumping in here? No, because you have a lot of people that bought all day here. They bought here. They bought here. They're profitable for the day. So what happens at the open is this is not the spot to go long. Even though bullish sentiment is there, you're waiting for people to sell, take their profits. The further it drops, the more people are like, you know what? I'm just going to get out. Why didn't I get out there? Why didn't I get out there? Why didn't I get out there? And then the patient people are like, well, this is where we closed. So we're back at the same price. Did sentiment really change for the day? No, all that happened was profit taking. Sentiment's still there. So typically you're looking for some kind of just retest into it. And then you're typically looking to continue that sentiment. Does this stock have to retest here? Right. So this is your bullish candle, closed green, people were buying, you open up here. Does it have to bounce right there and then take off? Some do. It doesn't have to. But what I would be looking for is that's the spot I'm looking for some kind of setup. So that's where I'm like, okay, this is a daily chart. This whole thing's a daily chart. I just got to watch the time frame too. So I got another. I'm very concerned about this hammer. That's the one I think I'm like, could be wrong. But this sentiment right here is on the daily chart. Now we go into probably a 5-minute chart, a 3-minute chart, and I'm looking for, at least in this area, somewhere that could give me a more intraday setup. So now if you find a hammer that happens at that spot right there, that hammer on a 3-minute might give a better location or some kind of sign that, okay, that might be the spot. You have a little bit of bullish sentiment coming in. That's probably the spot. If I could break that hammer, or especially if there's a red hammer that closes there, and now you're able to set your entries there, stop somewhere down here, that would be a good trade, getting triggered in with a stop limit to go bullish. Again, real quick, what we just talked about, and I don't know if we're going to make money on this trade or not. I have zero idea. But where did this wick so far get to? We'll see where the candle closes because that's important. But we now have 1, 2, 3, 4. This was green for a second. That was 5 green candles. 5, that's 15 minutes of buying in Nvidia. So far, again, it's not confirmed. It's not closed. This is still a very much live candle. Where did this wick come to? And again, we can still lose on this trade. We might still lose an hour. That wick jumped up right above that last pivot point. That stopped out anybody that was moving their stops a little too aggressive. They just got trapped. Can this thing now break that? Continue higher? Yes, true. Can this thing come down? Anything is still possible. But by waiting that 21 minutes, so far at least, and we still have another minute before we can move stops. But so far, that was a little bit of an inverse trap candle. I would kind of expect something to come down. I'm going to wait probably 1 more minute. So like 11:19, wait for this candle to close. And then I'm going to move my stops here, right above that candle. So am I still going to make money on this trade? I don't know. Am I going to lose a full R on this trade? Right now, I don't know. But in a minute from now, when I move my stops, there's zero chance that I could lose a full R on this trade. Right? So is that a winning trade? Maybe money-wise, maybe not. I don't know. But if my plan is to move stops, follow my plan, all I could do is set up. I cannot control what the market does. I have zero access to move the markets and just tell it to do what I need it to. Small win is better than any loss. I agree. I would agree with that. Can I tell myself, yeah, I'm definitely going to get a small win on every trade? I don't know if this, I have zero idea if this thing comes back, puts us back into any type of profit. I have no clue. Right now we have a good little retest spot. It's been 15 minutes. We might have the ability to take, a little small little profit if it gets there. It's now 11:19, so I followed my plan as far as being able to move stops. I like that hammer. I might get stopped out there. It is highly possible. But let's see where our stop would be. I'm going to move it down. I don't think that should break. It's possible even still that I could get stopped out. I can't even get my my line on the chart. Maybe just due to my inability to quickly move, think, or swim. 232.98 is my new stop. 232.98 is new stop for NVDA. All right, so 232.98. We have a little bit of consolidation. And again, this was a spot that I was a little bit worried about as far as down at this range. This was a spot I was like, that's some consolidation down there. Still got that high wave. We had a little trap there. Does it mean that this spot on the SPY can't reverse? I still think it can. I don't think we're necessarily bullish, right? We got lower lows. So far, if this pivots anywhere from here to here, if we start shooting up, I mean, we're going to get stopped on our trade. but I still think the market can rotate until it proves to me that it breaks out new highs, creating new higher highs. All right, well, that'd be interesting to watch. All right, then we have a good shot. We still have about an hour and 30 minutes, if that's math is correct at all. Now, 2 hours and 30 minutes until the first Fed report comes out. People are at lunch. Volume's probably a little bit lower right now, and it's very possible we stop. But for me, I did my job as a trader. I could lose money, I could win money. I think you said it best on the YouTube comment. Rather take a small win than a small loss. But at the end of the day, I'm still in the game, and I could take another trade. Technically, right? My rules in my rules, I don't pass 2 hours for the day, right? So if I take another trade, and that's also a loser, am I at 2 hours? No, I'm still below 2 hours for the day. That's my max spot where I'll stop, right? But if I do take another trade and that runs, we'll figure out exactly how many hours this would be as a loss if it gets up there. We're still in the game, chipping a chair. And we'll see. This might be a 0.6 hour loss, right? All we need is the next trade to really run for an hour. And now we're back profitable for the day, small, but now we have another shot to take another trade and look for a win. Rob says we would be looking to take a small profit at this point, though. I kind of think so, but I'm just waiting. I'm still not so sure that we don't get stopped on this trade. Trying to see what the market's doing. I want to see how this interacts. Like, obviously, we don't get stopped, and we start breaking down that candle. That's a good reversal. 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. But we might be looking for a small win. If the market gives it to us, doesn't have to. But I would probably say, like, where I'd be looking for it, because could we break this 200 and start breaking out further? Absolutely. But I'd be looking for maybe some kind of a move into. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, if we do take a small win, like, where would that win be? And I think if we get somewhere closer to like this 229.70, we 229.70, we have some type of a small win on the trade. Nothing too crazy. But the problem is, this is such a good hammer. Like right here is such a good little trap hammer. Like, it makes sense that we had some kind of a bullish run after it. This is also a very, very, very strong bearish hammer. So we need to really start closing below this hammer to give us some kind of, like, even now we're above the 10 EMA technically, but you can notice there's definitely some type of a bull trap in this play. So I really don't want that to break for our trade to work. But now I'm like, all right, if we reverse where I'm looking to take my target, if I could get there, that's almost breaking down that hammer. That would give me a little more confidence that we probably have a bigger sell-off. And I also want to watch the SPY too at that point, and just kind of see if we start rotating, we get a little negative sentiment into the actual market. That's going to allow me to keep my trade a little bit. So for right now, I'm keeping that 1.2. Might be a little tough not to even get back down further, but it was a little bit of consolidation right at VWAP. Again, if we're closing now above that trap wick, that negates that trap wick, we probably hit bullish for a decent amount of time after. Justin on YouTube says, boys and girls, I have to go. See you next session. All right, Justin. Thanks for joining us. By the way, guys, if you're on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit subscribe. We do a 30-minute show. This is a free week for real life trading, so I just kind of extended it out. I mean, I was like, if you guys want me to stay, hit that like button. And the likes came in, right? We were starting to break some of those like resistance. So I was like, all right, it's on. Let's do it. So make sure you guys hit that like, hit the subscribe button as well. We do not only have the live 30-minute shows, but We also produce tons and tons and tons of information about the current markets that will release videos almost every day. Sometimes some multiple videos just based on individual stocks, based off of education setups that we're looking for, different information how to trade. Realistically, if you need, like, if I say something on the mic, or you hear another guy, one of the other moderators, Johnny Guarco, Falco, Tony, Jeremy, whoever it might be, if you hear them Yates, Thomas Wong, if you don't understand something they say, number one, just ask, right? Just ask. But two, if you're like, I just need more detail, I want to see more visuals. This guy's talking about Fibonacci's. What is a Fibonacci? Number one, figure out how to spell it, because I don't know how to spell Fibonacci. I could not tell you. I have to cheat. I need autocorrect text message, whatever, to come in and be like, that's how you spell it. But once you figure out how to spell it, just type it into YouTube and type the words real life trading after it. And most likely there's a video that will explain in detail with charts and graphs and cool optics exactly how that would play out and how to use those properly. So all the education is right here. We have tons and tons of videos. Liza says, Mr. Danny Jancy, you are a wonderful teacher. I appreciate that. I'm just some guy on the internet, but if you guys took something from it, and you learn something, that's incredible. I like it. Maria says, thank you, Dan. I need to leave. Oh, no, don't leave, Maria. Stay forever. But I get it. I mean, life goes on. Things happen. Markets are kind of just chilling. I mean, really, if you think about it, right where we open for the day is where we are now. So all of that bullish hype, excitement, is it still there in the market now? I don't think so. Is it necessarily bearish? I would say no. I mean, we're just really flat for the day. A lot of time went by. And again, it's hard to identify, and there's money to be made, right? There's money to be made on that bullish move on the SPY. There's money to be made on that bearish move on the SPY. All of that is true. But days that trend, like 2 days ago, yesterday was pretty solid. Yesterday was good. 2 days ago, very strong. You were making very strong moves, good follow through. It wasn't just an inside. It was an inside day yesterday, but there was still a large range. Nobody has a crystal ball to open up and be like, okay, this one looks like it's just going to be traded sideways. It's going to be choppy. If you notice choppy markets, try to trade as little as possible. Right? Try not to over trade those days. Those are going to be the days you're going to get frustrated. You're going to try to take those 18 trades when you don't need to. Right? So all of that is true. Oh, could we be setting up for inverse head and shoulders? Please be setting up for some kind of inverse head and shoulders. Do it. Oh, not inverse, just head and shoulders. Inverse would be bad. Let's see if we can get a breakdown of that neckline. That's our goal. That's our goal. That would create a little left shoulder. There's your head. There's your right shoulder. Break down. Probably come in for a retest. Be patient. And then we hit that 1.2. Maybe we go for 1.4. Are you feeling lucky? Are you feeling lucky, punk? But we will see. And obviously, timing on this trade, because of the Fed meeting, timing on this trade is crucial. Most days, market is open till 4 p.m. Eastern. Today, it is as well. So nothing really changes there. But what does change is at 2 p.m., no matter what looks like it's trending or working, could be a complete flip, or at least push you up to stop you out of trades before then just continuing into the same direction that you were just thinking and the stock was moving in the same place. This is going to be an interesting bounce spot on Nvidia. It's got to hold here to continue bullish. If we start to really break down this, I think we still have a good shot of continuation. Again, where do we want to take some profits on this one? We're still stacked bullish on a 3 minutes. We've been in this trade for a while. 10 EMA is mostly momentum play. But I do like that. I do like that head and shoulders. What do you guys want to do? I'm gonna throw it to the chat. We're still technically stacked bullish. Greg says stick with it. Oh man. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Let's go. Let's go. It's the moment of truth. Randy says, what are your 6 moving averages on your chart? No, so I'm a big weirdo. I don't have the common ones. Rock says like Braveheart. So the yellow one is a 10 EMA. That one I added because that's the strategy we're following. The other ones are on my chart based off a TTM squeeze type move. So I'm looking for perfect TTM squeezes. But this is the red one's an 8 EMA. The blue is a 21 EMA. The whatever color I just clicked on, actually I didn't click anything. The purple one is a 34, I believe. Yep, so 34 EMA. The white one is a 55 EMA. And then the green one is an 89 EMA. Those EMAs are not as commonly watched as the 100, the 50, the 200, the 10, all of those. But when I'm taking TTM squeeze plays, they are crucial for me. It's just what I look at. It is similar to the Bollinger Band squeeze, Mark, but it is a little bit different. Bollinger Band squeeze, you're typically just looking for, and again, we might get stopped on the video, by the way, guys. Like, we're taking a nice bounce off of here. We might get stopped, but we haven't yet. We're still in this trade. So I'm just being patient. And at this point, it's either going to go, I mean, this sounds stupid, but higher or lower. If we get lower, we're going to hit some decent targets, I think. I think we have good possibility on this. So I'm risking about 0.6 to maybe make a 1.2. So I still got risk to reward on my side at this point, but I do at this point love our stop. It could come back up. It could wick us out, then continue. Like, all that's true, but we do have to break down. Like, this is going to be starting to be key levels in this trade. Bollinger Bands, you're really just looking for Bollinger Bands to be tighter. With the TTM squeeze, you're looking for the Kettner channels to be inside of the Bollinger Bands. So it's a little bit different. And that TTM squeeze will also put the this little histogram at the bottom of your screen. So this is giving you information. When it's a green dot, that means that there is no squeeze in place. When there's a red dot, that means the Kettner channels are in the Bollinger Bands. All of that, I could have really just spent the last 3 minutes just saying blah, 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 because none of that matters. The most important thing besides that, like, I mean, if you don't understand the Bollinger Bands, the channels, just know, like, once you have that red dot, like, that's plain and easy. That means that you are technically in a squeeze, but it's also giving you this histogram as well. So this histogram, you can see it's going from yellow to like a lighter blue. That once it hits this light blue, which is actually on this candle, that means your momentum is locked, right? And now you go from light blue to dark blue. That means that no matter what's happening during the actual chart, your momentum is actually a little bit more bearish. Like, you have a little bit, you're starting to turn a little bit more bearish in that move. So like right here, we're technically in a squeeze right now on Nvidia, right? This last candle that came in, that put us in a squeeze with momentum a little bit more bearish than bullish. So hopefully we can run down and hit some targets. Man, I just don't know where those targets are. Varian is the man. Yeah, so Varian is Varian, you might be an expert on TTM squeeze at this point. But you have the dark blue going into a dark red. That's locking in the bearish sentiment into it, at least. But that's pretty much it. But again, so when we have a perfect squeeze, you have the moving averages on your chart. You want to be stacked in the same direction. So again, we do technically, and again, this is a 5-minute chart that I'm looking at. Things move quicker. They don't trend as well. Obviously, the shorter time frame that you're looking at charts. But if you're looking at a daily chart or hourly chart, let's actually flip this over, Varian. Let's see Nvidia on an hourly chart. But right now, like, the only thing that's going against us on this trade, everything else would be solid, except for the fact that the moving averages are actually stacked bullish as opposed to bearish. I got in on 10 EMA squeeze though. Not 10 EMA, 10 EMA setup as opposed to the TTM squeeze. So different setup. Try not to confuse it. So right here on an hourly, we're actually stacked bearish. That helps us now, shorter term. Or actually, I should say longer term. The one thing I don't like is momentum hourly is still starting to fade in bullish. We did lock in bullish. There's no squeeze. On the squeeze, once you get those squeezes, that's when you're expecting bigger moves, because the you're just kind of compressing during those time frames, right? So we have a couple of spots. Again, we're on a day trade, so our stops are very tight compared to an hourly chart. All of that is true, but you do have the 21 on an hourly, kind of holding it up a little bit. I'm just kind of looking for some kind of breakdown, but at least on a smaller time frame, momentum is still a little bit more bearish. And we will wait. I don't know, guys. I mean, I don't know if I'm as brave as some of you guys, to be honest. Like, technically in 15 minutes, if the trade's not working, we can get out a little bit earlier. We have that 200 moving average coming in. And I'm kind of curious to see, like, we're still kind of fading. What was my target? My target is still my target. I didn't change it yet. But that target is... Oh, for some reason my spreadsheet's not loading. That's cool. That's awesome. Exit pages, or wait, no, let's just wait that out. I also got it in Slack too. I don't know why my spreadsheet's just all white. There you go, 226.70. But the rule is, if we've been in it for at least 15 minutes, we could look for, and it's not working, which right now it's not working. It was just kind of hanging out pretty much. I think we're down slightly. We were just at break even here. Again, we had that little bit of a hammer come in. In a longer aspect of things, I mean, this is a 5-wave count here with an ABC. But on a longer term basis, this could be a 1, 2. This is setting up for a 3. We are right at that little diagonal support right now. So I'm kind of like, it could go either way. Do we just pull out some profit and see if we can wait for a better move? I think I posted it in Slack as far as the target. Yeah. It's right above Jeremy's last couple posts, I think. Yep. So Jeremy had a post on DAL. AMD, if the target doesn't hit in 10 minutes, he's going to lower the target and try to make more. Oh, little Jeremy twisting it up. Uh-oh. I'm over here like, should we get out? But let's see what AMD did though. So AMD might, gotta compare apples to apples. I'm like, should I bail? Just take that 15 minutes, take the small win? Jeremy's like, no. Going for a larger trade. AMD stopped out. Oh, brutal. Roots Magoots. I'm back on my own. Back on my own now. I was going to use his sentiment. Just trying to make more money. This way, if it doesn't work, I'll just blame Jeremy. I'm like, listen, man. You're out there trying to get more. We have some good consolidation. We have very good consolidation. Ooh. It's a tough spot. Again, I mean, a 0.6 is a 0.6. All right, so we last moved it. We have 119. We're last time we moved stops was 21 minutes. So yeah, we have one more minute. One more minuto. Again, another hammer. This is like a spot where I feel like they're just gonna come up, grab us, and continue. Like, if we're gonna get stopped out or wicked out, it's gonna be 232.47. But we do have that minute. We could make that stop change now. This could be a spot where it bounces. This is a good hammer. Not a lot of volume coming in on that hammer, but we are getting above that 10 EMA. It didn't really give us a spot to really set up, like, because if we're going to try to take a small win, it would have to start breaking down some of these pivots. This could be a double bottom with higher lows. It is off of the longer term support. Most likely, I think we just take a stop here. We'll get stopped. I'm just going to give it another minute. Let it do its thing. But yeah, it's got a little bit of strength in Nvidia still. but it didn't give us after 15 minutes. It only gave us 3, 6, 9. 9 minutes. It would have gave us another spot to look to go. After that 9 minutes, didn't really give us a spot to set targets tighter. So again, if we get stopped, which it looks like probably here, unless we get some Harry Potter action to come in, Tesla's starting to bounce, get a little bit of reversal in the market here. Market itself is above the 10 EMA. We might just try to chalk it up as a loss. We'll see. We got Harry Potter, but again, didn't lose a full R, and we have lots of room to look to take another trade to go positive for the day, just in case if this thing turns into just one mean wick, which I don't believe is going to happen. Tesla's bouncing, Roblox is even bouncing a little bit. This looks like a good double bottom, higher lows probably. I still like my stop placement though. Like if we're going to get stopped, we'll probably just the bulls were a little too strong and it did not fade. So we'll see. Still in it though. Maybe move it a couple pennies. 232.98. If this candle closes red, we might be able to itch it down a little bit. 232.89. Let's do 232.89. We'll save a couple pennies. 232.89 is new stop for NVDA. We'll see. Not a lot of volume on that breakout candles. It's not really a 3-bar play, technically. But if this candle stays in the upper third region, and then that candle breaks, it's probably more of a long than a short. And we could actually technically, officially, we could actually take a reverse on this if we wanted to. But it did allow us to move stops down a little bit, so we'll save a little bit of extra artage. Greg says trailed out 232.47. So you had your stop a little bit lower than I did. It's still in like a questionable zone, but yeah, to me, it looks like we're kind of pushing bullish. And I moved my stop down, but yeah, even you taking the break, I mean, you're probably gonna lose a little less on the trade. Roblox is just ripping right now. Pretty big candle from Tesla as well. That might be all the bearish action. Again, I mean, we knew going into it, we were running into a little bit of resistance. And I'm still in it, so still hope. But my hope is dwindling. It would actually be a decent, if we reverse this play, it would be a decent long on the 10 EMA. If anybody wants to play the reverse of it. It'd be roughly, so entry would be pretty much where my stop is. Rock saying draft can go nuts. People, it's that Super Bowl play. This is what we waited all year for. Maybe we were just jumping a little too soon. So next year we know, just a week before, 2 weeks before Super Bowl is when you really take the play. 15%. Thing of beauty. Yeah. So I'm out of that trade. And actually that 10 EMA did not set up technically because that candle ended up closing in the very last second green as opposed to red. So again, 10 EMA, you're looking for that momentum type play. We were in it for a while. The goal is that you get that breakdown and follow through. It just didn't come. I mean, the bulls were holding this thing up. So we'll take a little bit of a loss. Fine. Get it. Makes sense. And we also knew, like, for it to hit targets, it would have to drop. It would have to, I mean, really that's the point, but especially after that wick came in, that little wick pivot, that's the one that you have to break. You have a little bit of an uptrend. Could this trade still end up working? Yeah, it's possible. But I feel like now you have a little bit of a pivot. You're really starting to break right now. So far, a little bit of a bear trap. I think we stayed in. We managed it as well as we could. And again, that's all we could do. That's all we could do as traders. So take the little loss on that. And now we have interesting spot. So it's 11:46. You have about 2 hours and 15 minutes till the Fed comes out. 2 hours and 15 minutes. I still don't know what's happening with the spreadsheet. I gotta reopen this thing. Where's my Google Drive? There it is. Day trade spreadsheet. Cool. Bring that to that screen again. There we go. Now it's back. All right. So we'll keep waiting. Keep just being on a hunt for now. Technically, we're trading a 3-minute chart. That's still a lot of candles to happen before the Fed. Maybe gets a little wonky right before the Fed as well. So I do have to kind of keep a little cautious move on that one. There's another good little trap. Good little Nvidia trap for any of the bulls trying to take a breakout. But this is the candle that would qualify as your 10 EMA. It looks to me, at least, that at this point we're going to close red. So if you want to go bullish and flip it at this point, it's 233.39 and stop probably about 230.99. So basically, you don't get triggered in bullish until it breaks that red candle. But that would also be a pretty identifiable trap. Do I want to take that? Absolutely. Let's flip it and reverse it. Let's do 233.35. Reversing NVDA 233.35. And we'll try to play it the other direction. 230.64. New setup for me. All right. And then I'll go through my train of thought too for this one in just a few seconds. All right, so I'm doing a reversal on Nvidia right back in the other direction. I'll definitely explain to why I think this reversal could make some sense as well. Let me throw out a target too, just so we have updated targets for everybody. I'm going to try for 1.2 on this one as well. 233.35 by 230.64. So target for me is 237.14. If it triggers, 237.14 is my 1.2R. My 1.2R target. All right, so we'll see if we can make it on the reverse. But I do need another water. So give me like a minute and I'll be right back. Check. Jamming out. All right. Oof, man. John says my poor ears. That's that's the comfort they give you when you're in that elevator. They don't want your elevator ride to be too happy. They're like, how do we torture people on the way up and the way down? Florida gut's going to. Which is I just like music. Yeah, man, if I'm talking for 4 hours straight, that's do you know how much water I should be drinking? I should be up to 3 gallons of water already. I leave for 1 glass and the whole chat just turns on me. It's crazy. All right. Again, I'm waiting 21 more minutes. Actually, no, sorry. I'm waiting 15 minutes for the cancel on this one. If we do choose to cancel, as promised, this is what I like. If it triggers, it might not trigger. One, we see some kind of a support up here. So we're in that support. This technically on that wick did make a new higher high. It also pushed into a little bit of resistance up there too. So the fact if we could get into this thing above that, means we might have a little bit of a push bullish into our direction. Steve says, can't believe it's noon already. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. That's crazy. Time flies, but we'll see on this trade. So again, we have, every time we got to this support, we have some wicks coming in. That was the first candle that would trigger. The order's out there, so I cannot cancel for 15 minutes. But if we do get triggered, I like it because now we have two bearish candles. We would be back above those candles getting in. We're back above the 10 EMA. You can notice with this wick, this is the wick I like a lot. So I'm identifying this little bit of a bull trap. You have some bulls coming in here, right? They're jumping in on this wick, right? They're like, cool, I missed that candle. I got very excited on that one. Now they're hopping in here. So what does that tell me is they're freaking out currently in this candle. And even like any of those poor bulls that got in there, where did this wick come to? Right below that one big green candle. So if that one big green candle that anybody in that candle got in on, they probably going with a tight stop. Some of those guys are trapped. They're losing. They're all losers in that trade. A whole bunch of losers in the stock market on that candle. Just losers. Oh, can't say that enough. And then what happens when they lose? Well, they're going to go on emotion, sell. I don't like to lose, so I'm out. Now, at this point, we have the resistance from here. Let me just clear this. We have this little resistance. That's what we banged our heads into here, right there on that trap candle. We do have that 10 EMA play right up there. We have another little trap there. So my thought process is if we get a break, that's going to give us some continuation. We have a nice strong support over there. This almost in some weird kind of mind-boggling way to me looks a little bit of maybe that's a left shoulder. This could be a head. This could be the left shoulder. So where does my neckline have to go? Neckline's pretty much right here. So a little bit of a channel. If we're getting triggered in there, are we inside or outside of the channel? We're outside. So we have another reason to kind of like this trade, just kind of breaking this channel. That being said, we could also do this too. Right? So we have our channel here. We have our channel here. Originally, we had a channel there and a channel here, right? Could we now break lower and create that extra channel and continue down, right? That would be making this a 1. This is a 2. This is a much bigger wave 3, which we're like, why did we get stopped out in the first place? Right? And then we could channel down. But the thought is, if that happens, the idea is that we're probably not going to get triggered in bullish on this bullish trade that I've set up. So I like it. We'll see. we might not get triggered. It might just continue down further. The market looks like it's kind of just hanging out at that 10 EMA. I got a little bit bearish for a second right there. We did get a nice close up above that 10 EMA, and we're getting a red candle. This red candle is going to be extremely important. I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but we'll see if that closes red, and if we can get a break above it with some bullish buying sentiment, that's going to shoot us in a bullish direction. And if we just kind of hang out with some inside candles, just flutter around a little bit, people are going to start getting chopped and freak out a little bit more. So we'll see. It's going to be an important candle. Otherwise, anything past this point, that little hammer is going to start turning a little bit more negative sentiment for the market as a whole. Craig in YouTube says, all this knowledge for free. What's not to love? I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. I can't control people's emotions if they love things or they hate things or they're just purely indifferent. I'm not sure. I don't know. But the weird thing is, so like right now, we're streaming live. For free week, we have a bunch of our members, plus anyone at all that just wants to come in, see what we do, people that are interested. Check it out. We have free week all week this week. I'm just streaming also live on YouTube for my time on the mic. So you guys are more than welcome to check into YouTube. But if you do love it, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, hit that little thumbs up thing. Do what other people on YouTube say to do, to like and promote their algorithm on YouTube. I don't really care one way or another. But what's important to me is that if you do hit like or subscribe, any future content, any future education, anything that we put out the market, that will show up on your YouTube page, and you'll be easily able to access that, understand the markets, for sure. So make sure you guys do that. And also, like I said, we do have the swing trade room tonight. So we have a swing trade room. I'll actually, let me get the link real quick. Hold on one second. Help me to help you. Let me do this. I'll throw it in the chat pane for you guys. Make it as simple as humanly possible. Contents, YouTube. Paste. Cool. So I posted a link into the chat. That will take you right to the real life trading page. That will take you right to the sign up sheet for free week. Guess what? We were actually going to make free week very expensive. We were actually going to be like $5,000 to join free week this week. We had a big discussion. We said, you know what is really the definition of free? Like, can we charge $5,000 for a free week? And we said, all right, you know what? After some long, hard battles, we said, all right, let's just make it freemium. Well, let's just stick to the true definition. So that means there's zero upsells. Like you don't have to put a credit card in. You just sign up and enjoy the content. That being said, I'm streaming live on YouTube. So for you guys on YouTube right now, we do also have this swing trade room, which is at evenings. It's the evening time. We do it every day. By the way, this is not something that we just created. Like every single day, when the market's open, we're trading, we're analyzing the markets, we're trying to find group trades together, we're trying to help individuals in the chat take the trades that fit their plan, but we'll also give like, hey, watch out for this, look for this entry, look at that volume that came in as news breaks. We'll try to cover as much as we possibly can. But if you want access, like I'm probably the only one streaming for right now on YouTube. I don't believe the swing trade room will be live on YouTube. I'm not 100% sure what Jeremy does, just kind of up to the moderators. But guess what? You still have access to that. Just go to that link I clicked. You'll be able to just put your email in. You'll have your own dashboard. On there, you'll have icons that will say beginner room for the morning, regular room for the morning, swing trade room for the morning. You'll be able to click on that, and then you'll be able to get right into the live rooms, at least for the remainder of this week. Justice says hard decision. I know it was a tough one. It was a tough one. We had to get Webster's dictionary out there, and we're like, so you're telling me the common usage of the word free is it does not cost anything? Mark says, what will the cost of the trading? What I'm guessing that, yeah, what will the cost be for the trading rooms? So here you go. I'm going to post a link into there for the different options that we have. Since that you are asking, online courses, live trading. So if you go to reallifetrading.com, I'll just put the link in there. You have, it says at the top, it says live trading. So if you copy that one, I'll paste it right here for you guys. That will give you the breakdown. Once you exit out of that free week banner that pops up, you'll see all of the options for the beginner room, which is, you know what am I doing? I'm just waiting to get triggered into Nvidia. So since I have time, let me just share. Like, why don't we just do that then? They say a picture's worth 1,000 words. And considering how much water I needed today, we can save some of that energy. Which I don't even know what page I'm sharing right now. Let me see. There we go. Share this one. All right, cool. Much better. So with real life trading, you just go to reallifetrading.com. You click on live trading up here on this little tabaruski. My internet is going so slow. Do your thing. Oh, that's because I'm here already. That helps. So this is the morning room. So it is $2.99 per month. You could subscribe annually for the year. That will save you 17%. If you're doing just the one-time payment up front, don't have to worry about the monthly payments. Or it's $2.99 a month, pay as you go. Make ours each and every month. And that gives you access to both the beginner room and the day trade room. So both rooms, which are live, coinciding together. The beginner room for traders that are just getting into the market, just getting their bearings. Beginner room is awesome. That's the one that you guys have been listening to now. But we have the ability to take more time to explain setups during live markets, more time to go through sentiment. We'll still go through sentiment. We will try to explain the trades in the regular room as well. But with that, there's just more people in there and there's a quicker pace. But we have the option to go a little bit slower if need be and cover as much details to really help you guys be able to really navigate the market for yourselves. So you're not like, damn, what are you taking? Nvidia again? I'm doing Nvidia? Then we have the swing trade room. So this is the one. It's 5 p.m. Eastern. By the way, the morning room is 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern. The swing trade room is $199 a month, or if you want to do an annual subscription, it's $19.95. So you save 16% throughout the course of the year. But this will give you our option plays. We have a weekly option newsletter that we put out. This will give you that room from 5 to 6 p.m. And then that's after the market's already closed. So we're going through setups from the daily candles. We're looking for more swing trade options. We'll also go through sentiment as far as what happened today or the sentiment in the markets total. And then we do have the bundle. So with the bundle, we have the AM and the PM. Everything that we just talked about, you get all as one sweet and lovely package. That's $359 a month normally. And during free week, oh, by the way, these annual prices are just for free week. That's the special we're doing. So you actually save 39% off of the full year annual subscription if you guys do join for that. Both of these rooms, no matter what package you have, you do have the Slack, which they're a third-party company. They're owned by CRM. The way I describe it is kind of like a Facebook. So for people not familiar, but we have 550 traders, 550 plus traders in real life trading. So everybody gets Slack for free as long as you subscribe. So any of the free trades, whether you're in the beginning room or the advanced room, you will have access to see what the other moderators are taking. So you're not missing anything. You'll also get access. You'll see the swing trades. Not only that, but you have direct connection to any of the moderators, myself, Johnny Guarco, Robert Falco, Tony Pollock, Jerremy Newsome, Matt DeLong, anybody at all that is in real life trading, Yates, Thomas Wong, where you could actually direct message them and be like, hey, listen, I'm struggling because of this. Or we'll post a trade. You're like, I don't understand why you took it. What, like, can you help me out? And you're going to have direct access to understand why other people, what they're looking at, see if that's something that fits part of your plan. As far as how you have your day trading plan set up, any of us could look at your plan, help you out, give you tips. But it's really about enriching lives. And trust me, if you have a setup that you like and you're like, cool, this is the setup I'm thinking of, like, what do you guys think? Post it in the main chat. We have 550 people looking at it. That's 1,100 eyeballs on every single trade that you guys post in there, that of people that could give you feedback of like, Yeah, it looks good to me. And guess what? Maybe you just help enrich somebody else's life by posting that trade. Maybe they're like, yeah, just watch out for that 100 EMA coming in. You might have a little resistance, might have something. And guess what? Maybe they help enrich your life by maybe you're like, oh, I'm going to stay away from that trade. I'll wait for a better setup. So all of that is giving you access to every of the members. I know there's people that meet their friends. We also do meetups live in person where whoever's in the area will come out, chillax a little bit, just discuss the markets, hang out, just see how the family's doing, get a bite to eat. Like it's a community aspect. It's not like cool, you sign up and that's it. That's nice of you. Also, if you guys are like, I'm not ready for the subscription, I'm not ready for the rooms yet. I mean, or I am, and I just need extra help. We do have mentor groups too. The next ones they're all 8-week programs, but they all start first week of February, just on different days and different times. You could choose your mentors here. So the current ones we have signups for is Thomas Wong, Stephen King, Robert Thompson. They all have right below what the group is specializing in and who it's for. And then we also have Robert Falco and myself. And again, description. Obviously, you guys probably, most of you, I mean, I'm watching the YouTube numbers. They're not really changing. And you guys are all still in from pretty much the morning. So I appreciate that. But you guys know at least my style and trying to go over the markets a little bit. But during these groups, there's only 6 people in those groups. So with those 6 people, like that's your family. Like we'll go through setups. The moderators will show you some of the stuff that they like as well. No, I am not in, I just saw the chat. No, I'm not in Nvidia yet. I need to break that little zone there to be triggered. But again, so you have 6 people in the group. You get a little bit more hand holding than obviously we could do on a live group. No matter if you're in the big beginner room or not, you'll be able to, number one, learn what the mentor style of trading is, what kind of setups they look for, how to interpret the volume, some of them are like Tony Pollock is getting into credit spreads. Falco's going to hit some options up. But based on the style of what we put in the group, that's what the group is designed based around. So you guys are all learning together in Slack. You do get Slack with the mentor groups too. So you will have full access to the regular Slack pages as well. Plus you'll also, man, I kind of want to set another, can I change? It's been 15 minutes, right? I kind of want to change my order. Ooh, because this one closed down there. I technically could set a new order. I know it's been 15 minutes, but I'm just concerned, can I actually make this change and type it out everywhere? I'm going to leave my order there. We'll see where this candle closes. I kind of want to take this setup much better. 232.97. Even if I increase my stop to there, but I could actually do a stop down here too, 231. Much better, tighter risk to reward. Give me a second, guys. Let me just type this out. It's been 15 minutes, so I technically could cancel. No. Oh, gross. I mean, I still like the trade, but John says I was talking too much. Oh no, I know, John. I feel you. I still like the same. I mean, the setup is still the same. It is what it is. I'm filled. It's either going to work or it's not going to work. But yeah, what I was thinking is we could probably take, like, this is actually now, since this one actually closed below it, this would now be our first candle that closed over. I could literally play 232.82. And it's still, they might not work when I could even move my stop to there. I could probably move my stop to here, 231.75. I mean, you guys do you. I'm gonna leave my targets, everything the same. Still looks bullish. Still have a good move. Just need the market to kind of pick up. Hopefully, we can get a little bit of continued bullish momentum, and try to hit a 1.2. Rob's in with me. What? I feel better now, though, Rob. I feel better. I still don't mind the setup. Like the sentiment's there, but yeah, there's a little bit of a trap up there too. All good. All right, so filled. And again, we'll see what happens. Filled on Nvidia. Was going to change setup, but John Merrick says I talk too much, and was distracted. Uh-huh. All right, so we're breaking. But I am in. So let's go. All right. We're in again. I still like the original sentiment. I just saw that we could get probably a little bit better setup, hit the targets a little sooner, but it is what it is. It's all good. So our target on the trade is, John says, but I'm right. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. I've never debated like, John, hop on the mic. We need to have a debate. I just instantly agreed. I was like, nah, this is no truer words ever been spoken in the English language. Let's see. So target is 237.14. So for this one, we do need a new high of the day, which whatever, we'll take it. If we go in small, let me just put down the last trade set up in the official journal. This way we know exactly how much we lost. And if we could pull out a break even, it is what it is. We'll still take it. Let me just find that last setup. 230.72. Oops, change screens. Ole, 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 ole. 230.72. $230.72. We could have had such a tighter setup. It would have been nasty. 234.07. Bearish, we got Sin EMA. 230.72. And we got stopped. We did have that second lower stop. Down to 232.89. 89, so 119.65. So roughly right where I thought. So even if we could get to an R on the trade, we're positive. Technically, if we get to a 0.7, if it allows us to, that's all fine and dandy. What's today, 26th? It is the 26th. So 26th, and we have Nvidia. And this would also be DJ 26, Nvidia, NVDA, and I'll type out the entry stops. $233.35. And this is 230.64. All right. Well, we're in it. We're on the journey now, team. We are on the journey. So we'll see. So far it's working. All right. So far it's okay. Again, the sentiment's still there. Just, yeah, that tighter setup would have been a nasty one. It would have been a nasty one. Especially if we hit the 1.2 on our trade. It would be like, oof. We're in it to win it. Somebody call the CEO of Nvidia and tell him to tweet something. Get us up there. Be like, listen, we're on a Zoom call. DJ Dan talks too much. We didn't have our eye on the prize. We took a wider setup. You gave it to us with tighter setup. But if you guys could tweet something that would help push us up to a 1.2, I mean, we'll take it. I'll be very appreciative. Let me just double check on that one. So I have 233. Let me just make sure my setup is correct. 233.35. Yep, so I typed that correctly. And 230.64 is what I put my stop. 230.64, so that's correct. And oh no, that's a 1.4. Ooh, that's a 1.4. You're right. I have 1.4 in there. 236.60 would be a 1.2. What should we do? Should we ride the wave? I already kind of put out the other one. 236. So we need 236.60, which we still need a high of the day. Oh, interesting. Or for 1.4, we need that. Let's see how much more do we have to go for that 1.4? That's a decent amount more, but you figure at that point, if we're already making a high, will it go higher? All right. Even though Greg did not specifically tell me to do this, I feel like in some kind of weird way he did. We're just like, all right, let's just go for that 1.4 now. You know, I'm still a little upset about my no tight setup. I love to trade with emotions, right? Rule 1 of trading is have full emotions on the table when trading. I believe that was pretty much what I spent most of my morning talking about, right? Tell the Nvidia CEO to say he's having the prices. Yeah, that'd be a good tweet for us. Hopefully not half the price of this stock though. Like just their product would be good. For some reason, I feel like the odds are against us on that tweet, just because, I mean, already they're having some issues getting the chips in hand. So for them to come in and be like, you know what? Just more for everybody. You get a chip. You get a chip. You get a chip. Justin says only trade with emotion. I think that's rule number 1. Yeah. If you guys took the beginner class, there was a what was it called? A preclude, like before the actual first course starts. It's like secret content, so you got to get the bonus footage, but it is there. It's there. You got the bonus footage you have to put on. It's like the director cut. You just got Jerremy talking in the background over the video. You're like, all right. So just so you guys know, when trading the market, bring your emotions. You know, if you want to get angry, get angry. If you want to trade happily, just trade happily. Just bring the fear into the market. I think that's maybe I misinterpreted it. Maybe I don't know, but I think that's what it was. The prelude, yeah. What I say, preclude. I had an extra seat of mine. Martine says, DJ, was there a 10 EMA play on Roblox? Let's take a look. There's probably been a few of them, but I'm guessing you mean like recently, right? Justice says that's what I've been doing wrong. Yeah, so it's the first candle. So the first candle that closed above it was back a little further. So here's our first green candle that closes above. We have this candle, no red candle. This candle's a red candle, but it actually closed slightly below the 10 EMA, so this would not qualify. This is our next green candle. And then this candle, even though it dipped down here, it did close above it. So yes, there is a 10 EMA play here. So that would be, you would be looking for some kind of an entry. Let's see what I have on my screen. You're looking at some kind of entry here. So like 67.21 or 67.20. And then your stop is going to go, the first green candle below that 10 EMA is where I would put it. So you're looking at like 66.55. So what does that give you? 50, it gives you about 70 cents of risk. Let's say you get triggered in. I mean, if we add 70 cents to this, that's 67.90. That would give you 1 R, 67.90. And then you'd probably need a little bit higher to go to hit that to hit that 2R target. So far, Nvidia not working. We've had lots of room for consolidation. Oh, I wanted to go over my Tesla trade yesterday too. Why nobody remind me? Nobody reminded me. So I missed it. I have to redo it. Throw the computer out the window. Yeah, that's a good follow through to emotion. So like throwing the computer out of the window, that's not an actual emotion though. That's just a response to the emotion. So that was Jerremy in the prelude said bring the emotions, but then like his director's cut when he made the video, he's like, some normal common responses to having these emotions in the market would be step A, throw a computer out the window. Kick a table. You can just kick a table with no shoes on. You'll find some pain at the end of it, but that's why we put pain into the trading plan, right? So we're breaking rules. What's the pain portion of breaking rules? That would be to stub your toe. Nobody likes that. Is it covered? We have that's March. We just recorded February, so yeah, that's the March topic will come out of how to stub your toe while trading the markets. It's gonna be a thrilling podcast. I think you guys are gonna love it. You guys are gonna love it for sure. Craig Turner says take partial. You could take partial if that's part of your plan, Craig. So yes, so you absolutely can take a partial. My plan from the official trade is not taking partials. We're just looking for a 1.2. In this case, I have a 1.4 set up. I'm just trying to hit that one. Gregory says someone's going to take you seriously. All of by the way, all of my comments and thoughts are DJ Dan's alone. It does not represent real life trading in any capacity. Just my own thought. I'm just a guy on a computer, just a guy on the internet, just talking. I'm just talking. Do not do what I do. These are not recommendations. Someone's gonna send me an invoice for a new computer. Be like, I brought all my emotions to the trading day. I lost the trade and now I can't afford a new computer. This is a bad day. I'm having a bad one. Disclaimer. Rob says, DJ, aren't we supposed to close after 5 bull candles? Let me just double check the rule. I don't think that's exactly how that was stated. Let me see. Trade management. Look at the exit, new high, 1.2, 1.4, resistance, support after 5 bull candles in a row or 5 bull candles in a row. So look for a new exit with a high, with a new high. So we haven't hit the new high yet though, or the new low around 1.2, 1.4 at previous resistance or support. So let's see. Where's our resistance on this trade? That could be about here. 236.60 would be, I'm expecting some kind of retest. So the reason I'm saying, like, for me, it reminds me exactly like Tesla yesterday in a weird way. I'm kind of basing this trade of how it's moving off of Tesla yesterday. I don't know if that's the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do. It's just the DJ, like, you could do things the right way. You could do things the DJ way, or you could do things the wrong way. The DJ way is just really the wrong way, but elevated. Like, it just happens quicker, but it's the same thing as the wrong way. You just put more behind it. I think that this is some type of a 1. This is a 2. This is a 3. I am expecting a pullback. 4 or 5. But let's pull up that chart from. Let's pull up that chart yesterday from Tesla. Thoughts on Tage says, oh my goodness, so many comments. Hold on. Before we pull up Tesla, let's cover the charts and what you guys are asking. We got Roblox. We got Roblo. It's not really reversing yet, Martine. So I don't know where your target was. If you did take that trade where we looked at, that was the actual 10 EMA. This could start to be some kind of reverse, but we're still holding that 10 EMA. It could continue higher. If you're not at targets yet, the goal is just to hang in there, right? Maybe if you've been in that trade for 21 minutes, you could now move your stop somewhere. But you're trying to let it get to its just seeing it out. Yeah. Technically, like, it's pulling back, but is it reversing or is it profit taking? All of these candles in a row, doesn't necessarily mean that this is a reversal. It just could be some type of profit taking. The TJ is stronger and faster. Yeah, that's it. It's like a bull in a china shop. Thoughts on AMD for Tage 113.84. Is this a 10 EMA strategy that you're using or not? Wow. AMD's been relatively flat most of the day. Decent consolidation. You're trying to get 113. Are you already filled on this thing? Oh, you're trying to get 113.84. You probably would be filled already. DJ talks a lot, so by the time I answer your questions, you're probably either filled or unless you're waiting for that little pullback and just missed you. You could also set up another trade, Tage. It looks kind of similar to Nvidia a little bit, and Nvidia is starting to pop a little bit. So I mean, I would see probably some sympathy on AMD at least, but taking a break of that last pivot and then maybe putting your stop, probably even playing that 10 EMA. That wouldn't be your first 10 EMA if you are playing 10 EMA though. Your first one, actually it is. Yeah, so actually AMD is set up now for a 10 EMA play. If you do want to take it. If you're taking the breakout, you're looking for 114.28-ish, and stop would be right at 113.88. So we'll see. We're getting up to the highs of the day. We're not at new highs yet. I am waiting for one more move. Right now, my target's still 1.4. That can easily be adjusted or changed. And then the one thing I do want to do is how long have we been in this thing for? So 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 minutes. We can't move stops yet, but we could get, we could actually just take profit if we needed to, but it's not working. It is working. Usually after 15 minutes, you're just really like either sideways or down a little bit, or it's just not really follow through yet. Let's take a look at the Tesla trade from yesterday. I think I still have it on TradingView, so let me pull up TradingView. This way I don't have to redraw lines. I know you guys love when I draw lines, though. I do. I get it. Makes sense. But this is why I think Nvidia looks a little bit similar. What does it have to act exactly like it and do the same thing? No. But this is on Nvidia. Let me switch it over to Tesla. TSLA. So here was the move from yesterday. I'll make this bigger as well. So could you not see a little bit of similar type pattern in Tesla as we have Nvidia now? So we started out bullish, right? Came back a little bit. That's kind of, it is what it is, but we have the up move, right? So this created a new higher high. This came back, kind of created a little bit of a double bottom. And then what do we do down here? We are consolidating down here, right? So this entire move, I just put a random, I said I'm not going to draw lines, and I just put random lines. Let me do annotate instead. There we go. That's easier. So we're consolidating down in this range right there. This candle's our breakout right there. If I erase all of those lines, what candle looks very similar? This one looks similar to how we take our break. And then we're letting this thing run. Approaching the highs of the day. Did we really get a pullback? Not yet. Am I still expecting one? Yes. There's a little bit of a pullback. Where did that come in? Right around there. Right? Highs of the day. Almost made some kind of little cup and handle for Doug KK. Little cup and handle. Then we had that break and we created one more move higher. If we pull up, let me take these lines off. If we pull up Nvidia, which is the one we're in now, can we find something that looks similar to that? And where I got out, because, and I was also watching the market at that time too, so that's why I was like, instead of taking it at the 1.2, the market around that time, how do I get out of this annotate thing? There we go. The market around that time was also, what did I just do? There we go. That should work. All right. So the market around that time was also kind of going bullish a little bit. So we had that little bit of a bullish sentiment. But to me right now, this still, just comparing it to that Tesla trade from yesterday, like the chart to me looks a little too crazy similar. So we made the new higher high here. We came back down. This to me looks like a little bit of consolidation down at this level, right? Now we have our little bit of a trap, right? Bull trap, another little bear trap down here, and we look to take out. So I think either, and this is what I think, and then I'll show you what I'm hoping. This I think is probably our first initial break. That's a 1. That's a 2. This would be the longest wave is a 3. I expect some kind of a pullback, and then we try to make a new higher high. Right, all of our lows during this day has been lower highs. Like if we're going out to a bigger picture of Nvidia. So in this move, obviously sentiment was bullish. It came back for the retest, and then every single time we had in this trade pivots, they were all higher highs. Each pivot was a higher high. So that tells me at least there's still a little bit more bullish sentiment. And again, I think we're just kind of forming some kind of almost cup and handle. Which, if you guys know me, it's my favorite setup because it's so stupid. It doesn't make any sense. It does, like psychologically, it does. But this would be our pullback, and then we're looking for a break higher there, right? So I'm being a little patient with this one just because it reminds me of like Tesla, and Tesla just ended up moon Lamboing. We ended up getting three R's. As an official trade, I'm gonna take what I could get. I'm gonna leave that 1.4 for now. But if I do see the market really start to rip, then at that point, yeah, we might go a little bit wild, as long as I can move my stops. If I can move my stops in this trade, which right now I think we're somewhere down here-ish, whatever. But if this gives me another pivot here, and I'm able to, no matter what, lock a win in, that will give me the option of saying, all right, all we have to do is break this higher high. If we can break that higher high, we've got plenty of room to the upside still. Very nice. Greg says it has been 21 minutes. I don't know what kind of, where you buying your clocks from, Greg? You getting those clocks? You got that bootleg clock? It's very possible. Let me let me see. Let me see when I actually got this trade. 12, 820. That's 12. Yeah, so we could. However, the rules state that if I do make a move now on my stop, I cannot move that stop again for another 21 minutes. So if I do take a stop here, right? This is just loopholing my own rules. I'm still expecting a pullback. I don't think that was it. A little bit of a bear trap. We still have a little bit of ways to go, even to hit that 1.2 at this point, which I think we said was what, 236.60, 61, something like that. That would be a 1.2. With this trade, if this turns out to be still just consolidation and this turns into our leg 1, this entire move is just leg 1, then we get the pullback, and then we start to actually make a leg 3, which would be the bigger move, considering that this is just inside candles, right? We're not really counting that. I want to make sure that we can move our stops and then still have like if I was to move my stops right now, I'm still below break even. So my break even's about here. Where do I move my stop? Underneath that one little candle that could easily get wicked. So I'm just gonna be patient. We shall see. But if we start just to really come back, really test, and then we start going, and I have to move my stop to slightly at a loss or something, I could do that too. Like, it is what it is. Martine says, oh, Harold says, look at the Tesla candle. All right, let's check out Tesla. Yeah, it's pretty large candle, but it's still, right now that could actually be setting up for some type of we'll see where this candle closes. You have a little bit of a my annotate thing on. You have a little bit of a trap right here, right? So 3 candles in a row, breaking previous lows, a little bit of a trap there, and then instant buying. Now you have a bearish engulfing candle here. It's just kind of consolidating, trading sideways. AMD is breaking out. So if you did take that 10 EMA on that one, you're still looking good. But right now we're just hovering around there. It is set up technically for a bearish 10 EMA. So if you're taking an entry right below that green candle, Stop would probably go right above there. I'd probably go a little bit higher. Just why not? And that would be my trade bearish if you did want to take it. But if you're in bullish, you're probably still hanging in there at this point. You're not really freaking out. All right. Almost at the 1.2. Don't make me regret my 1.4 market. Do not do that to me. And Roblox for Martine says, what is the indicator for reverse? That's a good question. There's a few things. Hold on. What do we need on this trade again? 237.14, almost there. Okay. We'll just keep waiting. We're not quite at we got 3 cents away from 1.2. And if this is a spot where we end up getting the reverse on Nvidia, that's perfectly fine with me, because then I would be moving my my target anyway. Like, it wouldn't have hit that 1.2. That would be moving us to a 1.4 anyway on a Newsome nudge. Martina has a good question. So she says, what is the indicator for a reversal? I would say, well, it depends. Obviously, if we're looking for 10 EMAs and you want to take a play, like right now, you don't have a 10 EMA set up in there bearish, right? You're still in there bullish. We did make a new high. Guess what? We sold off a little bit at that new high, big bullish candle into it. The other thing that really, for me, tells me we're going into some kind of reversal is the wave count. So most things don't go straight up. I have not seen that stock that has done that yet. Most things go in some kind of wave. So what I'm looking for is the wave count, 5 waves, something like that, and then some kind of like ABC. So if I could identify, like, that's a 1, 2, 3 is usually your biggest. You come down for a 4, you're going up for a 5. Then I'm like, all right, I don't know where this wave 5 is going to end. I have zero idea. But what I do know is that's probably getting somewhere close to the end. I'm waiting for some kind of pivot. If that pivot right there starts to break, to me, that's like, okay, probably reversing. You also have in the market, you have just the same way you have like horizontal supports, horizontal resistance. You also technically have diagonal support resistance. So if I'm looking at this trade on Nvidia, oh, come on, get up a little higher. That would be some type of look at these lines, man. This is like a 3-year-old drew this. Actually, a 3-year-old could draw better than those lines. But you have some kind of support there, right? So as you see, like this line is probably a little bit more appropriate. Anytime we got down there throughout the day, you had some kind of just pivot, and then you look for a takeoff. As soon as you start really breaking under those candles that were bouncing off the pivot, that would be, to me, some type of reversal for sure. And then I would also, what if we made tighter stops on this thing? Oh, gross. But the other thing I'm looking for is breakout candles with volume, right? So obviously we know, like, we had a little bit of volume coming here on Nvidia. At this point, I don't really want that candle to break, because that means a lot of bulls, a lot of newbies hopped in on that trade. Did we get a penny away? I'm like, why does this thing not fill? We got 1 penny away. Come on, market. You got your $237. This is where you just start talking to the stocks. All right, cool. I just got filled. So we hit 1.4. I'm out. Good trade. Target for 1.4R. Hit. I am out. All right. So we hit 1.4 on that one. What helped me stay into that trade? And it could go higher, right? We just compared it to Tesla. And I think, to me, a lot of the setup looked exactly like that same play on Tesla. In a grand scheme of things, too, can this go much higher? Absolutely. Tesla trade for me was a 3R trade. But could this be a 1? This 2, this move that we caught is a 3. Who knows where this is going to stop? Could we still get one more pullback and then move higher? Yep, that would be 4, 5. See some kind of consolidation up there. That's the spot where I'm like, all right, at least I think it's run enough. Doesn't have to reverse. Can we start a new wave count up? Uh-oh. I did stop share. Well, wow, man, with these buttons. All right, cool. We're back. But yeah, longer term basis, I can see this one continue to run up higher. It's very potentially possible. But why am I not so interested in trying to catch the rest of the run? Well, number one, I don't know how to do math, and I just calculated my I just calculated my R's incorrectly. I was going for 1.2, but I actually did it off of 1.4, and I was like, it's got potential, so let's see what happens, right? Until who was it? Greg came in and just punched me in the face. He's like, "No, man, I don't think you got basic math correct." And I was like, "Yeah, you're kind of right. You're kind of right on that one." But yeah, so if we're looking at the trade now, so we hit a 1.4 on this trade. The other one we lost on, but we did bring our loss to a minus 0.65. Here comes a basic math question that I probably don't know the answer to. This is what, 35. So that's a 0.35 plus a 4. So up for the day, 0.75. I was only right 50% of the time, but we're profitable. At this point, part of my plan is, do I get to take another trade today? Answer for me is no. Anybody know why? Because if I take one more trade, how much am I risking? I'm risking 1R. Am I positive right now for the day? Yes, positive 0.75. If I take one more trade for the day and I lose, I get in, it's a trap, it's a wick, whatever the case, I lose an R. I just took my day from a positive 0.75 to a negative 0.25 for the day, right? So now instead of having a good day where I'm like, cool, lock my profits in and just live to see another day, try it again tomorrow, wait for some better setups, then for me, I'm like, that makes sense. Martine says perhaps Roblox is in a wave 5. Let's check it out now. Funk your brother. Let's see. This to me so far is looking like possibly ABC. Higher lows. This on a longer term basis, yeah. Longer term basis, I could see some type of possible wave 5. Like if we're using the all day image, right? So all day image, this could be some type of a 1. It's very similar to Nvidia. This is a 2. This probably entire move is 3. I would count that as 4. This is probably your wave 5. Wave 5 could be a double top, or you could get one new higher high. Nothing says it's not going to fall into a little bit more resistance up there, right? So that's your I think at least worst case, we're in a wave 5. If you're in this trade bullish, I'd be concerned here. You're kind of hoping we could break out new highs of the day right here, looking for some kind of a bounce, right? Each wave itself has 5 waves in it. This is where people get confused on the wave count. So, but like this move in here, this wave 3, in a longer term, that's wave 3. But can now we also identify 3 waves in this one, or 5 waves? Maybe. This is probably some kind of, there's probably some type of 3, 4. I think this little move down here is probably some kind of ABC from this previous move. So I think the wave in this wave count really starts here on this breakout. So this would be a 1, probably 2. It's a weak count. 3, 4, 5. There's your ABC. Now this would be an ABC of a previous move. It's not as crystal clear unless you're going like this, unless I'm not counting that right. So I was counting this as ABC, but let's say that's a 1, 2, that 3, 4, 5, A, B, C. And instead of breaking down at that point, which was at new highs, This could also be a new wave count higher as well. So I think it's got good potential actually to break out from here if we're starting a new wave count up. But that breakout from here would also be probably in a bigger picture. I think you're right. That's 3, 4, 5. We shall see. But does that trade on Nvidia make sense to everybody as to why I took it, why I reversed that trade in the first place? And again, I mean, talk a lot. I get it. No need to hurt my feelings. Very sensitive. That was our initial trade. I still like that concept, but the market did give us another opportunity to change it, and that would have been a much bigger trade. So if we ended up taking the breakdown there, we would have had a tighter entry. We definitely would have had a little bit more risk on that trade if we did that. And what I mean by that is this wick was the last trap. So that's the last time the bulls tried to come in, and then the bears just smacked it right back down. So we know there's some bearish pressure right here. So if we do take that trade, which was the tighter setup, and I still kind of liked it because I was like, this looks like a good spot for reversal. But we had another 10 EMA. This one closed below it. So that would actually be our first red candle over it. We just would have had a tighter setup, but we would have had this spot to worry about. This one, which would have been our entry, that would have been a spot of concern, at least until we get up to that point and break. Now we have our true actual confirmation on the overall trade. So again, you can use any strategy that you want in the markets, like any viable strategy. The 10 EMA is a good strategy. Like since I've been using it, it's been a good strategy. I like it. But does that mean you take every single candle that forms? I mean, you could. You'll probably overall longer term still be successful using it. But could you be more successful? This takes us back to like, if you have a trading plan, how can we tweak that plan a little bit? So like if you're making 10 hours a month, if you make 10 hours a month is your average, and you sit with a mentor, moderator, somebody, and we're able to identify by your strict rules in your plans, what type of entry you're taking, why you're taking it, what your rules are on the play. It's easy for us to go through your rules and say, let's tweak this. Let's tweak rule number 7, number 8. Maybe we could wait for better entries. And the way you do that is by not, like maybe, and I still think this is not the end of Nvidia. I think it comes down, bounces, we get one more move just based on that. I think this is wave 3. If this bounces here right now, technically still kind of a bull flag, and we could still get a break from here. We'll see. But location is key. If you guys do listen to the Pivot podcast, which I would prefer everybody to do, because myself and Tracy, we have families, kids, and pets that we're just trying to feed, and just the more views we get. Actually, we haven't made any money from the podcast. We don't. I don't even know how to do that. We got sponsors or something. Seems like a lot of work, but we're not really doing it for us. We're doing it really to help traders, just because myself and Tracy, we are mentors, and we talk to people in the mentor groups, and you see a lot of the same, whether you're brand new to the markets or a struggling trader, you see a lot of the same questions over and over again. So like, why don't we just create like a podcast that could just kind of address it? So if you are a new trader, struggling trader, or just looking for something to do as you drive, by all means, check out the Pivot podcast. You can go to reallifetrading.com, right? Scroll all the way to the bottom. You'll see like the little links. There'll be a link there that says Real Life RLT Pivot Podcast. Click that one. You'll see all the episodes. We're in season 2, which for some reason our seasons are a year long. So we did a full year and we're just starting season 2. But in February, we actually had somebody that emailed us. Well, this is not February. This is probably a couple weeks ago. And they're like, cool, I listened to the podcast. I love it. It'd be awesome. It would be pretty cool to see how you guys like actually coach somebody, right? Like what's some of the advice you'd give to an actual trader? And we're like, all right, you want to come on to the Pivot podcast? You could be our victim. So he came on, which we recorded that episode Monday of this week. We did it. Each episode's 30 minutes, but we did a 2-hour full coaching session recording with him. And that's going to be sent out in February. That should be
live for you guys to hear. So we broke each episode into 30-minute segments. We're still in the process of just kind of editing it because we want to do some voiceovers and just to make sure everybody understands from week to week what's happening. But that should be out in February. So you guys should be able to listen to that. But again, it's a lot of the same issues. Like, it's not really that. A lot of people are like, man, I didn't make money in the market, I'm a bad trader. It's not that. It's just like, all right, you have a good concept, you have a good idea, and it's either the number one reason why people are not successful in the market is because of themselves. Nobody likes, I'm going to draw a little stick figure. Nobody likes to admit it, but most of the time it's you stepping on your own feet, ignoring your plan. You're letting your emotions, you're taking, here's the window, right? Here's our window. We have a little computer right here. Well, since that doesn't look like a computer, I'm just gonna, this is a Mac. You guys are trading off Macs right now. So there's your Mac, there's your laptop, and it goes right out the window. That's your emotions coming in, right? And a lot of your emotions are taking you out of trades too soon or keeping you in trades too long. And if you have a defined plan, that will help you avoid all of that. And just honestly, that will help with becoming a consistent trader. Dave says, you have 8 screens open. How many are you trading on, and which are for info? Like actual screens, I use 3, like monitors. So I got 2 TVs and my laptop that I hook up to it for actual screens. For this, it's just your level of comfortability. That's all. I like to, so if you see like some of the other moderators, I use Thinkorswim, not because I don't like TradingView. It's just because I'm comfortable. I've been trading my entire career. As soon as like this came out, I've been trading on Thinkorswim. So for me, I'm just comfortable with it. That's it. I have 8 screens open. These are all, we're watching 6 stocks. So I could put my 6 stocks that we're watching as a team, right in these trades, in these bars. It gives me access to just quickly glance at things. I could care less what the candles are on each of these trades at any given point. But what I look for me, I'm a pattern trader, right? So I'm looking for patterns that develop in the market. And once I see a pattern, so if I see like, okay, you know what? We got some kind of higher lows coming in, which would be here. So here's our first low. We got some kind of low coming in. Is it easy for me, because these candles are a little tight and blended, can I see wave counts in there from without zooming in? Yes, it's easier for me. So I'll leave the charts up and I'm looking at really all the charts, but I'm on a 3-minute chart. How much really develops in 3 minutes? Not much until we get to certain key points. So I'm looking for those key points, and then you'll see when I'm going kind of lasering in, I'll start zooming into certain trades, and I'm like, okay, I'm looking for the key setups that I like, whether it's a hammer or engulfing candle, whatever the case, in those locations. But until it gets to those locations, I'm not really too worried about it. So I'll keep all of these up here, right? Throughout the day, like I might change it if some news breaks on a company, I want to watch it, look for another trade. Like I'll go in and be able to trade. These are all in the same time frames as well, all 3 minutes. The only one that for me I keep a 5-minute is on the SPY. I always have my SPY down here, because no matter how good of a setup this Roblox trade looks like, if the stock looks like it could break out, Roblox could break out, but the market is clearly breaking down, that decreases my chance of me taking any kind of a bullish trade and being successful with it. It could still work, but it has to have some kind of other catalyst, some kind of news catalyst, something like that to help drive it up if the entire market is coming down. So if the tide is sinking, the boats are usually going to come with it or give it extra pressure or resistance for me to hit those targets. So I'm very, very aware at all times of where the SPY is going and how that's looking. Again, when I was in that Tesla trade yesterday, I could have taken the 1.2, but the market was kind of popping up a little bit. It wasn't clearly there yet. I was like, all right, let me push to a 1.4 because the Tesla still looks good. Market's not really looking bearish, but there's no strength yet. And then as we started approaching the 1.4, I was like, all right, the market is actually looking like it's about to really break out. Tesla looks stronger at that point than the rest of the market. So for me, if the market breaks out, that's probably going to give Tesla some extra wings. And I was like, let's just shoot for a 3-hour trade. Right. Owner says, are you trading the SPY or monitoring it? Yeah, for the most part, I do trade the SPY. I don't really, for whatever reason, I don't really trade the Qs as much. Again, it's probably just more preference. I know Falco likes to trade both SPY and Qs. Tony likes to trade the Qs. Very rarely for me, especially as like an official trade, you'll see like the Qs come across, even if we're not sticking to the same stocks. But the SPY I will put trades on, but I'm more or less just monitoring the SPY for the relation to the rest of the stocks that I'm looking at. And that's about it. Good little pop on Roblox. Still looks like it's continuing, at least for this moment. And Nvidia. All right, so this is an interesting spot. I think that this could still be setting up for wave 5. I think we have potential to break it. If we're looking at volume, like volume is pretty key in all trades. More so than any moving averages. In reality, moving averages are complete nonsense. Just absolute nonsense. Because all moving averages, even like the 10 EMA is a little bit better because it's still giving you like shorter time momentum. But like if you're looking at 100 EMA, all that is any whatever it says. So if it's 100 EMA, all that's doing is calculating the last 100 candles on your chart and giving you the average price. So that means all of these moving averages are worthless because they're based off of past candles that formed. It has no indication as to where the future candles could possibly run to, right? But if you are above it, you're above the average, you get, yeah, you have a little bit more sentiment. The main thing, VWAP is good though. VWAP, I like. VWAP. Just learned to use this annotate candle like the other day, so I'm pretty pumped. But VWAP, because that's weighted average, so that's more in real time as to where those lines are created. So I like the VWAP better. But otherwise, I'm more of a candle sentiment trader than anything. But the volume, that's going to tell me a little. That's going to tell me a lot more about the actual market and where I'm putting my stops and all of that stuff. So again, on this candle, I do think we could probably break above it, and I'll tell you why in a second. But on this candle, where could you have gotten in bullish on this trade and made money? Anywhere prior to it. Where did a lot of the newbies come in on this candle? Well, volume is here, all the way up here. Like that's where they decide, cool, let me initiate my trade. It's usually on a breakout candle that you see a lot of volume because, again, a lot of newbies are like, it's easier to buy a stock when it's already shown that it's going to be bullish. It's a lot harder to buy a stock after some kind of a dip, after some kind of just indecisions down here, just back and forth, back and forth. This is the time it's hard. This is the time it becomes easier. This is the wrong place to buy the stock. This is the correct spot to buy the stock, right? But a lot of newbies come in and they're, Andrew says, trapping volume. Yep, exactly. So now at this point, because the volume started to pick up in this region, and well, here we have a clear move. Again, this could be a wave 5. Even if this entire move was actually a wave 3, this actually was a 4, this is a 5, guess what? This now turns into our ABC, right? So if I was to go bearish, and this is not an official trade, not a recommendation, just a guy on the internet, you guys do your own decisions, but that's where I would at least consider more. Like right on that pivot for a short, high of the day is my stop. Just because I know all of those all that volume came in, the candle up here, green, some profit taken, another green candle. So right there, that would be a spot where I'm like, there's a lot of people buying. If they're wrong and we get a break here, guess who has to sell? All of that volume that came in has to sell. And then you're looking for some kind of reversal breakdown of the overall pattern, maybe get a retest back to like 233, somewhere in that range. Why I think it has the possibility. So again, that's where I would set up a short if I'm like, all right, enough. This is not up in this range after all these people. If you're still in the trade, my stop would also be right there too, because that's telling me these guys are all wrong. You'd probably be getting stopped now, and you're looking for some kind of reversal. Could this trade keep going and we just see more of a pivot and then we make a move? Yeah, that's possible too. Right, but I'll be out of the trade at this point. I'd be done for sure. When determining volume, so this is only 2 spots, one here, really one here. What you're looking for is typically some kind of resistance, which we have resistance up here. You have volume that looks like this up at that first move. The second time we hit, we actually had a decrease in volume. The third time, if we hit up there one more time and the volume is still decreasing, that means that up in this range, there's a lot of sellers, right? There's a lot of sellers, people taking profits in this range, a lot here, but less here. We get one more move up here. I think it's more likely to break at that point, especially if volume continues to decrease, because now that tells you there's a lot less people selling up here. And oftentimes you'll have that breakout to look further. But if we are breaking down, let's say, even if this is a wave count down, this was our previous ABC, I expect this to come down a little bit, get a bounce. This would be wave 1. This is 2. This is our longest wave 3 to some extent, 4, 5, have some kind of ABC consolidation right back around this 233. And that would be a spot I'd be looking for some kind of reversal. The market itself, picking up volume. What time is it? 102. We got a full another hour until the Fed comes out. But about an hour prior before, like something that could actually change your perspective on the entire day and possibly the next 6 months of the market. Yeah, I'd be a little shaky too. But again, I'm not sure if the news came out or something like that, or just a technical breakdown. I don't have the news up right now, but that sell-off is picking up a little bit heavier. That's going to stop probably a little bit of bullishness in here when the overall market is coming down. But at some point, this could actually be a bearish play. I don't know if I want to play it though. If this candle closes green on Nvidia, that would be a bearish 10 EMA setting up. And again, in this 5-minute chart, 1, 2, 3, let's count by fives, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, so far 55, 60, 65. So an hour and 10 minutes just got wiped out in one candle. Do you think that's going to freak people out a little bit? John's, yeah, I think there's some variant says not seeing any news. Yeah, I mean, we all know that the Fed is coming out at 2. John says, could people be afraid of what the meeting says? I think that has a lot to do with it. I think that absolutely, if we go back to a SPY chart and really start to understand like where SPY, flip this to a daily chart. Like where on this chart do we really start to see some kind of worry where we started to really pick up talks on the inflation talk, right? About tapering, all that stuff. That started coming in around this zone. As we started to approach new highs, again, bullish, bullish, bullish. Lots of people bullish in the market. We start to pick up some bearish. You turn on CNBC, you turn on pretty much any channel, YouTube. Everyone's talking about inflation picking up. You had Jamie Dimon coming out saying instead of 4 rate hikes, maybe we should be looking at 8. That's freaking out people more because now that signifies to people like, all right, maybe the Fed lost grip completely and they don't actually know what they're doing. But I would actually like a sell-off into that news, because if the Fed comes out, and again, we'll see what actually happens, but I think if the Fed comes out and they today says, if they say we're still sticking with our plan, we still see 4 is good. A lot of people that were getting caught up in a lot of the rumors that 8 rate hike might be needed, those people are going to be a little bit less bearish and a little bit more bullish. Any of these shorts coming in now prior to that meeting, they will have to close their position by buying it. So the lower this goes here, I kind of like it better for a bullish move. I don't think the Fed raises rates today. I would be shocked. That would be a bearish move for sure. But I think the original plan was March, so I think they still hold for that catalyst. But we'll see. You never know when some kind of news, some kind of Fed. You got Jay Powell talking, giving his updates and spin to the world. You never really could tell like what is actually going to happen. There's always a chance of a surprise. And again, if you're looking to long-term invest and buy this dip in the market, why not just wait till the end of the day when Jerome Powell's done talking? Why not just wait till tomorrow? Right? Would that make more sense? Like why, how much, if you're looking long-term, how much does an extra dollar in that stock price really matter in 10 years? Or just wait, see if that news comes in. It seems a little more bearish. Now we get a bigger dip. Yeah, I'd be either more comfortable buying lower or saying, all right, you know what? Market's still freaking out a little bit. Let me hold off. Let me check it next month. And then I'll make my play long-term next month. Justice Breyer announced he's retiring, but I don't think that's the news. I mean, good for him. You know, he's spending some time on an island somewhere, probably just doing his thing. So I'm happy for him. But yeah, I don't think an hour and 5 minutes of buying will be wiped out in one candle just from him. I don't think he has that much influence on the market. Realistically, nobody actually has, like, even like when Trump was president, even when Biden is president, you got Pelosi in the House, you got all these people talking. None of them actually affect the market. None of them have the ability to affect the market. What actually affects the market and why, like, what they say is important is the policy behind what they're saying of what they could be implementing. It's the policy that affects the market, not so much the individual. So like when people like Trump is out there like crazy tweeting and stuff, it's not really his tweet that moves the market, but if he's tweeting some stuff on gun control, that would imply that he has it in his foresight to look for some type of create some kind of policy that might affect gun control, right? Even when Obama was president, I mean, he was very anti-gun, right? So what happened to all the gun stocks? They shot through the roof, right? Because all you hear on CNN, Fox, local news channels is like even commentary from all these talking heads on 24-hour news stations. All you really hear is every single day you hear, yeah, Obama's looking to take guns, he's looking to this, tighten restrictions. We got buyback programs. So for people, they're like, all right, well, guess what? If Obama's going to take guns away and we really like guns and we've been thinking about getting one, I better go to the store now and buy a gun. Right? So it's the policy that he could have applied, because that might, like, let's say something passes and you don't have that opportunity. So like gun sales were through the roof, and anybody that was hopping in just because, again, of the sentiment as to what he was saying, it wasn't so much that he was saying it, it was what that was implying. So anybody that jumped into any like gun type stocks, they made a decent amount of money during the Obama years. And then what happened when Trump got in? Trump is like, no, it's not really the gun issue. It's the people, it's the control, it's the mental illness. It's not really the guns. So what happens then? People that were thinking about buying guns at that point, they're like, all right, well, most likely Trump is not going to, like, his main agenda would not be to pass any type of prohibiting buying gun policies. So then what happened to all the gun sales? They started decreasing. People already had their guns. And then like stocks started to rotate, right? So investors, hedge funds, mutual fund, like not so much mutual funds, but hedge funds, all those guys, they're listening to the politics based on what the policy is going to be, and that might influence how they invest their money for the next year, for the next 2 years, 4 years, whatever they think that rotation is. So that's what they're looking for. So again, it's not really the Jerome Powell has a little bit of influence just based on how he answers the questions, but again, it's not even the questions that they're asking him. The questions don't matter. It's how he answers those questions, what kind of confidence he gives on those. And if he's kind of making a case like, you know what, maybe our initial analysis of doing a rate hike 4 times this year actually might be incorrect, and we might have to go further. Rate hikes are good for banks, right? They're very good for banks because then banks make more money. Same thing with inflation. The fact that everything is being inflated in price is actually good for the markets. But what's bad for the markets is if they think the Fed has lost control and does not have a good game plan of how to really maneuver and handle a lot of the inflation, and like it's just got past them and now we have to kind of run to some kind of emergency type protocol. When we don't have confidence in the market, when we don't have stability in politics, that's when you start to see the bigger sell-offs. You get more fear in the market than anything prior. So that's what you got to be looking for. So again, be wary of that initial pop at 2. When that Fed report comes out, a lot of the initial pop that's happening is a lot of the robots and algos just kind of searching, doing seriously just a data search for like keywords that's programmed in. How many times is inflation being mentioned? How many times is tapering? How many times? And that's going to make an initial pop on the actual market. Right? Owner says double top retest in progress on Nvidia. Yeah, I'm actually looking for a not that I'm going to trade it, because again, I'm up 0.75. If I do take a trade, especially getting this close to the Fed, I have the ability to lose a full R on that trade. And that would put me from positive to negative. It's not about what I make today, it's about the progression. Right? That's how you avoid over trading. If we did stay into this, like, not that we wouldn't ever catch the top, but if we did stay into that 230, 238.20, that would have gave us like a 1.5 R, almost 2 Rs on that trade. And now that would have put us above. So if we ended the trade somehow with a 1.1, 1.2, technically at that point, I could actually take another trade, because in worst case scenario, I get stopped out for an R, but I'm still positive for the day. Here's some math that you guys, like, for all you gunslingers out there, here's some math. Think about this. This is crazy. Hold on, I need a sip of water before I get into this. Here's the value of a 0.75, right? This is where we ended today so far. 0.75. Think about this for a second. No matter what your starting account is now, it could be 5,000. It could be 50,000. Got to draw a couple extra zeros. 50,000. It could be 5 million. 5 million. That's not S, I promise. It's a 5. Whatever your account is, this is irrelevant. This is only mattering to you. I don't care what any of these are, what your starting account is, right? And we're saying your starting account as today, right? Check your accounts. Everybody's at a different step in their life. Some of you guys, you might be 20 years old, just starting the workforce, just getting out of school. Some of you might be in school. Some of you guys are closer to retirement, been working, have bigger accounts, more flexibility with money. All of that is just how you are in life. That's the path that you are in right now in life. All of that starting account means nothing. But if you think about this, and this is just simple math, but if you make 10 Rs, that's the example we were using before. If you make 10 Rs every single month, and again, let's say your R is $100, could be $50, could be $20, maybe it's $5,000 like Jeremy has, right? Whatever your R is, come on, annotate. There you go. Maybe you have a $5,000 R, right? 0.75, let's say it's $100. Let me get the calculator. I don't even know why I need a calculator. It's $75, right? So if you have a $100 R, you made $75. Is this life-changing money? Can you all quit your job if you have a $100 R and you made $75 in the market today? Probably not. Let's say over time you built up your account and now you got that $5,000 R. 27.5. Okay. If Jeremy took the same trades that we did, this is a real number. Did he start at 5,000? No. Did he start at 100? I don't know what he started at, actually. My guess is probably 50, probably less than 100. But over time, having progression, your account's growing, you're able to increase your R's. He is now up to a $5,000 R. Guess what? The same exact trades that we took, he now made $3,750 today. On not a crazy day. We didn't have a massive win. We didn't have nothing like that. Can all you guys look at your positions now and say, cool, can I cover my bills? I mean, you guys can control your bills. So obviously, as your account grows, maybe you have more bills, maybe you have more expenses, just different lifestyle changes. All that's true, but you could control, for the most part, you could control your expenses. And if you do, I mean, is 37.50 in one day, really taking two trades, only really being correct 50% of the time, is this money that we could probably say, cool, I could live off of? Not only that, but now we have 37.50 extra in the account, adding to the account, and now we're just eventually increasing our R further. I would need a lot more R's at $100. So let's say I have a $100 R. I need a lot more R's a month to have a sustainable living. I need a lot less R's when my R is higher to have, so I can take less trades, I can take all that, but you're getting progression in your account, right? So progression every single day. If you guys have 10 R's a month, if that's your average, some maybe it's lower, some maybe it's higher. There's months I'll hit 20 R's a month, 30 R's a month, right? So 10 R's is not that challenging to get. It's possible. It's very, very doable. Every 7.2 months, you're doubling your account with 10 R's. So think about that. If you have $5,000 in your account now, that's what you're starting with. And you could average 10 R's a month. You don't even have to wait one full year to double that account, right? So 7.2 months, you now have $10,000 in your account. Would you say at that point, could you increase your R? It doesn't have to double. You could increase it at 6,000, 7,000, whatever your plan says. But okay, now you're increasing your R. 7.2 months later, averaging 10 R's a month. Your account is now $20,000. My annotate thing went away. So you're at $20,000. How long did that take you? Just over 14 months, 14.4 months to go from 5,000 to 20,000. Think about those numbers. Let's say you now have a $50,000 account you're starting with. Same thing. Nothing changes math-wise. You have a $50,000 account, 7.2 months, you're doubling it. You turn $50,000 into $100,000. I'll even draw a comma and a dollar sign. And I got to fit another zero in there too. There you go. So $100,000. So now, in less than a year, you made $50,000, right? So maybe you're on pace to continue. I don't know what the other 3 months would be, but let's say you're looking at, I don't know, you end the year with $120,000. By just doing the same thing, just stacking those 0.75 R wins, nothing crazy. You're not out there slinging GameStop shares around and options and all that stuff. This is just basic stuff. There's plenty of other ways to make money in the market. Buying puts, selling calls, buying calls, doing credit spread, all that. We're not talking about any of that. All we're talking about, basic trading with shares in the market. And now you made 100. So now your account's at $120,000. You started with $50,000. I'm saying this is a full year period, right? So roughly, this is a rough number, 120,000. Don't do the math if you want. I don't know, but roughly, let's say it's $120,000. So you made, trading the market, very basic strategies, very basic everything. You made $70,000. For some of you, it's all perspective. For some of you, that's awesome. For some of you, all right, maybe your bills are higher. Maybe your current job, you're making $120,000 by yourself. But in 1 year, you've now added, even if this is extra income, you've added an extra $70,000 to what you were doing prior, whether you full-time job, whatever the case. And now you're saying, all right, maybe at that point, and let's say you're considering like, I hate my job. And some of you don't, that's fine. But you're saying like, what do I need to live? Well, I was getting 70K at my last job. I've spent a year in the market, just averaging 10 hours a month, and I made $70,000. You know what also I didn't have to do in this scenario? I didn't have to wake up extra early. I did not have to get in my car. Here's my car. Get stuck in traffic. I did not have to report to the manager about my TPI reports. I didn't have to be very nice to Betty. This is Betty at the water cooler, right? She's a nice person, but she kind of annoys me a lot. So, you know, sometimes like I'm like, oh, I can't be mean to coworkers. So, you know, I'll just put up with her nonsense all day. But I didn't have to do any of that. Like there's no stress in this. And really, if you have a solid plan, how much stress do you have trading the markets? The markets are fun to me. I don't know. The markets are like I said before, I'd much rather be looking forward to a 5-day period that the market's open because that's exciting to me, and then just be sad for 2 days. Right? I'm on the mic, so I'm trading with you guys pretty much 9 to 2. Sometimes I'll stay after. I'll be off the mic, but sometimes I'll stay, hang out because again, the market's exciting for me. It's fun. So I'll be watching the markets. Do I have to? Not really. Could I make those 2 trades that I just made? I forget what time we finished. Probably 1 o'clock. We got out slightly before. Could I be like, cool, I'm done trading. I got my 0.75 locked in. I don't care what the Fed report says. That's not going to affect me short term at all. I'm not in any trades. I've locked in my profit for the day. However the market wants to respond at that point, I'm going to the beach. I got to do some shopping. I got to hang out with my kids. I got to go pick up kids at school. I got things I just want to do. You have the rest of your day, the rest of your time to yourself. The 2 days are when you figure out how to spend your, yeah, you just spend your money on the last 2 days. That's fine. But this is all, I mean, this is nothing like just breaking down the numbers, really understanding like how powerful the markets are is mind blowing. None of that math is that complicated. I didn't even have to carry a 1. I was desperately trying to carry a 1 somewhere in there, but I couldn't even figure out where. The math is simple, but having a straight plan of what you trade, why you trade, how you're getting in things, what makes the most sense, and just sticking to it, back trading your plan, making sure that like the plan that you're trading could you have a plan that doesn't work? Absolutely. How do you know? You just got to back trade it, right? Go to TradingView. They have history of every single stock pretty much since inception, I believe. I don't know when does TradingView end with data, but all that market saved. You go back, you could trade your strategy against the market. You're risking $0 to back trade, but you're getting invaluable information from doing it, right? You'll know, like, okay, every time I see the setup, and you see the setup, somebody said before, like they see the setups and they're just a little slow getting in. Yeah, I get it. Back trade because you're seeing that same setup over and over again, and you're training your eyes, you're training your brain to say, there's my setup. I could 100%, if I get into this trade in I don't even know what stock this is going on. What is this, Roblox? If I'm like, cool, this could be a double bottom and there's something I like in there, whatever the case, but you know, it's a good zone, and I'm like, cool, here's my entry, here's my stop. I have zero idea if this thing breaks higher or lower. I also don't care. I don't care because this could be a losing trade and it just keeps on breaking down. We create new lower lows. Very, very possible. But what I do know is my trading plan by back trading is a 60% win ratio. I wish it was 100. I'm still working on it. But let's say whatever strategy you're doing, you've back tested it. You've seen 100 trades. You've seen 1,000 trades. You on the same exact setup thing, and you know, I'm going to by sticking to my plan, I'm going to get 60%. Could this be a loss? Absolutely. But what does that loss do? That's going to bring you closer to your next win. Today, we took 2 trades. I lost one. I won one. Still ended up positive 0.75 for the day. That's how you trade consistently profitable. Amanda says, what are your favorite stocks to say trade? I'm new to day trade. Little correction. I see that. I feel you. For me personally, a lot of the 6 stocks that we're trading as a team, I do like. Nvidia, I like a lot. I'm looking for, so stocks that I look to trade. That's a good question, Amanda. Stocks that I look to trade, number one, they have to fit some kind of criteria. So they need at least 2 million in volume for me to even consider it as a stock that I trade. It's got to have at least 2 million in daily volume. That's number one. Number two is it has to be not a penny stock. So true definition of penny stock is really anything under $5. Once you start dipping below $5, and I know people like, what about SNDL? Trade just pot stock. It just doesn't fit my criteria. Like anything that gets under $5 is just becomes a little bit more easy to manipulate a little bit. Just manipulation in the market. And same thing with volume. If there's no volume on it, you're just going to end up pulling your hair out, realistically. So those 2 criteria are extremely important as far as that. But I'm mainly looking for things that tend to move pretty well too. So like Roblox is okay. It's actually probably not one of my favorites to trade, but it's not bad. Nvidia, I do like. Tesla, big fan of Tesla. AMD, big fan of AMD. Delta, not one of my personal favorites, personally. Just because it's usually a little bit tighter of a range, you need tighter setups. So there's nothing wrong with it. It flows. You could have made a ton of money yesterday, probably some money today on it. You can make money probably every day trading it. You might like it. For me, not so much. But if I see a setup, I'll take it because one of the 6 that we're watching. Apple, I do enjoy trading Apple, but I much rather trade it bullish than bearish for me personally. But you can make money both ways. It's just such a strong company, the largest company in the world, and to take shorts on it just feels dirty. Just feels dirty. I like Boeing. So BA, just for me, one of my favorite. It's just I've traded it a lot. I'm comfortable with it. Coin is okay. I'm starting to like Coin a little bit more. It's not been around as much, but trading Coinbase, I've noticed it has large moves. So Coin would be one of them. Trying to think of what else is out there. Off the top of my head, those are probably my favorites, I would say. I'm sure there's a handful of others that I'm just forgetting right now. But those are typically my go-to. I like Airbnb in general, but again, not really. I don't love it as a day trade. I'm bullish on Airbnb. I'll swing trade it. That's also to answer your question, Amanda. When I'm giving like my setups as far as like 2 million in volume, penny stocks, things like that, I still don't really want to swing trade a penny stock, honestly. But the 2 million in volume doesn't really apply too much to a swing trade where you're kind of holding things overnight. I'm talking about strictly day trading. So like Airbnb, it just doesn't really have the same volume movement, but I do like Airbnb specifically for me. But I would start with those. And again, there's probably some others out there that I wouldn't mind trading. Andrew says, Dan, please, can you go through the reasons why you would enter Nvidia trade when it is trading around 232? Typically because I like winning setups. And I can only say that really because this one did work. So that's it. But in more of a real sense, what I'm looking for is, okay, so here's our first pivot. 1, there's another pivot. 2, there's another pivot. 3, there's another pivot. 4, right? And what are we really doing with those pivots? Just like I mentioned, as there's horizontal lines, like support resistance, there's also diagonal, right? And you see this line that I drew earlier. You only really need 2 points to draw that line out. So you had initially this point came in. Can I draw that line yet? No. As this pivot came in, and I could tell it's a pivot. Let me zoom in a little bit on this chart too. Actually, you know what? Pull up the larger chart. We're just kind of waiting for the Fed, that whole thing. Nvidia. So on this chart, I think it's a little bit bigger. You guys should be able to see a little bit better. All right. So what are you guys saying in the chat? All I have is Apple products. Feels wrong to short it. Yeah, that makes sense. But if you throw, especially if you're bringing your emotions to the market and you're just constantly throwing your computers out the window and they're all Apple, you should definitely own the Apple stock then, because you're going to be buying more of their own products, right? So like maybe trade things that you like owning or buying. This hammer right here, even when we were taking the trade, so our original trade, which was a loss, we took it off the 10 EMA strategy, which this green candle gave us our first candle. There was some selling prior to it, but there was no setup for 10 EMA. Could this thing come in and break lower? Yes. What did I say during the trade as we got in? Number one, not sure if it's going to work. Two, I have some questions about if we could hit the target right down there, which was like 226, something like that. Because this area right here is a good support area, right? Where's the last time we really had some kind of consolidation? Down there. And what do we do from there? We broke out, right? So we broke out in a bullish direction on that trade. So what typically happens? Well, now we have a horizontal support. That hammer came in. It actually, the bottom wick hit that support. Where did that candle close? Right above or right in that move. And then we started breaks. Now I'm able to draw my uptrend and extend it out further. I even said during the trade, I was like, this hammer right here is dangerous for us. That's gonna make this tough, this trade tough, because again, people are shorting down here. And the bull said no. Last time we pushed it up, we're still here. We came back, we bought this stock up, right? So right at that candle, I knew that was a little bit of a trap candle, a little bit of a wick. We can't move our stops for 21 minutes. We're just waiting. Our original stops were up here. We finally got 21 minutes. And this candle actually kind of kept me in the trade a little bit. And I'm like, all right, maybe on this one candle, because why do I like that candle? If we're going to stay safe. Let me flip this. So this is a reversal candle. This purple line on my chart is a VWAP. So we broke briefly above that VWAP, right? We broke briefly above it. People got bullish. It closed back below it, and we do have 1, 2, 3, 4 candles in a row of buying. You figure there's got to be some kind of selling coming in. So the fact that we stayed below that candle or below the VWAP, and we even tried it right here, actually from candle to candle, you're actually making lower lows as well as we tried to break through. This came back. This was the retest into that hammer. So most hammers in the market get retested. So right there, that's the retest on it. So I'm in this thing the wrong way on my first trade. However, I'm able to move my stops down, lose less than an hour on this trade. But now I'm looking at this thing and I'm like, all right, well, the bearish trade, it didn't work. It's also bouncing at certain resistance points or support points that if I was looking to get in long, these candles make sense for a bullish direction. And we're still making higher highs. We're still grinding above this move. So where do I really want to get into this trade? And again, by the time we got out and all that stuff, we see that this candle comes in here. So we have our first bull trap right here. I think personally, that's a great bull trap, meaning it could easily drop from here and continue lower. That's the reason I'm staying in this trade. However, where would I place my stop? Exactly where we did, right above that candle. Because I think if that candle gets broken in a bullish direction, I'm probably wrong on this trade. And if I'm George Costanza, man, I'm making a lot of Seinfeld episodes. George Costanza's like, if everything I've done wrong in my life, if every decision I made in my life turned out to be incorrect, all I have to do is just do the opposite of any initial thought that I've ever had in my life, and I'll be just right all the time. But in the same concept, if I'm wrong here, that means I think the bulls have some kind of edge. And now I'm looking for, well, if we do break, which we got stopped out, I think on this candle, I'm looking for, all right, yeah, I think the sentiment is actually the bulls are actually a little bit stronger on this trade than not. So again, this is where I set my trade up because that's the first candle. That's the first candle that closed above that 10 EMA. Usually that's the candle that you're going for. So that's the one we set up. That's our entry. Stop was somewhere down here. But as we did not get triggered in this trade, right? So there's your first red candle. The only way we get triggered is if we break that candle higher, meaning that we got some extra people either selling or shorting in that candle. They're wrong. You have momentum coming out strong from that candle, proving all of those bearers, either people just lock in profit or short sellers, to be incorrect in that trade. So that's why that was the perfect entry for this setup on a 10 EMA. However, during the trade, we did say, all right, because of this move that came in, this candle actually closed back below that 10 EMA, and it actually gave me another opportunity to reset this trade. And I was babbling like I always do, so I did not do it. But this candle here, we could have actually tightened it, so we would have got a small wick in here. Been losing on the trade for probably 6 minutes, 8 minutes, something like that by the time we got into this trade. But our stops would have been below that wick. Because again, now that's this hammer right here, this wick is just retesting the initial breakout area. So if this candle starts to break right here, we're in trouble. So where do I want to put my stop? And it's up to you as far as where you want to put your stop. It's up to, like, I mean, realistically, you could do a tight stop. You don't need to do as much. But when you have a tight stop, you have more of a chance of getting stopped out, obviously, and losing your full R. You're still risking, if I'm risking $500 on the way in and my stop is here, then I'm still risking $500 if I take a trade here as my entry and my stop all the way down here. Right? If that gets stopped out there, I lose. If my initial trade was here, I'll lose 500. So no matter what, I'm losing $500 on that trade. But by having a more realistic stop, like where would I think they're wrong? I'm taking a little extra chance there. I could get stopped, but I need this stock to do a lot less. And actually probably up here would have been about 1.2, right? So because our stops were based off that original setup, we were going for a little bit. We needed the stock to do a little bit more to get there, but I was like, in real time, I'm like, I even tried to do a quick cancel, and then as I'm typing it out, we just got triggered in. So we're like, all right, let's ride it up. But I knew that in that zone, you could tell there's a little bit more buying than selling coming in. You're identifying each candle to candle as far as where that, like, where would bull, if people were thinking that was bearish, where are they wrong? And if they're wrong, is it possible to reverse? And where's our targets? And then you're really evaluating that risk to reward. Can you, if you're trying to get a 1.4 R on trade, now you're looking for, like, where's the resistance that this thing could actually fade on, right? And is it possible to get 1.2, 1.4? If you're shooting for 2 Rs, is it possible to hit 2 Rs? And now you have to see if your risk reward on those trades makes sense. Amanda says, thank you, really appreciate the info. No problem, Amanda. And keep in mind, for anybody that has not been to reallifetrading.com, you guys are able to go onto the site. We have free classes, like legitimately free classes, that will cover a lot of this stuff in more detail than I have. And it would be good to, especially if you're a beginner trader, man, like, just take those beginner courses. Start with that one. People are like, I don't know how to start. But there was labeled beginner. If you feel you are a beginner, start there. If you've traded for a little bit, maybe still also start at the beginner, because there's going to be stuff that you probably know at that point. But it's always good to refresh, review. Even I know traders that have been in the community for a while. They're like, yeah, I just retook the beginner course. I'm like, you've been trading in the community for like 3 years, but it makes sense because it's always good to kind of update, review. There's stuff that you'll go through on the beginner course, intermediate course, and advanced course that you might not deem as important or make as much sense at the time of the initial viewing. But after you've watched it, you see the markets live, you go back, and you could always piece out new kind of information that might apply a little bit more or help out your trading plan. So even if you've taken them, again, they don't cost anything, like zero. It's crazy. But you can do that. Also, Amanda, we do have the mentor groups too. If you would like, mine starts February 3rd, I believe is a Monday. It's an 8-week program that we do as well. So but you're in a group with 6 other people. We could go through setups. We could go through risk reward. We could go through other stuff that, I mean, I feel like I covered a decent amount, but there's a lot more in trading and stuff that I personally look for. So make sure that your plans lined up to get you on the pace to be a successful trader. But you go to reallifetrading.com and we have information. Also, if you guys want, my email is dan@reallifetrading.com. So if you guys want to email me questions, concerns, just yell at me for a little bit, be like, seriously, man, I did throw my computer out the window. Now I'm one computer short. Don't I mean, shoot me an email. I get bored and lonely during the day when I'm not on the mic. That's it. Tage says 1.2R win on PayPal after a 0.7. Uh-oh, turn profitable. I like that. So PayPal. You went bullish? Man, you actually love PayPal a lot, though. I've noticed that about you. You're always kind of looking at PayPal. I hardly ever look at PayPal. And again, just as Amanda asked before, like, what's some of your favorite stocks? Like, they don't have to be your favorite stocks too. Typically, you'll start looking at things. You're like, oh, cool, I won. And guess what? You're going to look at the next day. Probably that same stock you won on. And then you're going to reapply, wait for your setup. And if it works again, guess what? Slowly, that horse is becoming one of your favorites. You might ride that one. It's like plug. Yeah, you have. I feel like your broker only gave you stocks that start with P. But no, that doesn't miss it because then you got AMD. So I don't know. Maybe your broker's broken. But usually, yeah, all your stocks start with a P, and that's Tage's system. If it doesn't start with a P, don't trade it. You got a nice little double top on PayPal on the short side too. DraftKings. So I know Rock, who's looking to short this one. He says he sold too early, but still got 1.2. If it don't start with a P, it ain't for me. Man, we got to get a t-shirt made with some slogans. The next retreat that we're on, the next trading in-person retreat, I'm gonna get Tage that shirt. If it don't start with P, it ain't for me. Yeah, good solid breakdown. This is probably wave 3 too, Rock. So you've already locked in the 1.2, so it's fine, but you can probably look at that's some type. I think this in this wave count. This is probably the ABC of a previous move, right? Which would put this, let's see if that makes sense. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that was your wave count up. This is your ABC. I think this is a 1. That's your 2. I think you're at a 3. Probably get some kind of a bounce, maybe here, maybe not. But that's 4, 5. Probably coming in right to that 200. That would be a spot. I would look for some kind of consolidation down here. And then maybe get some kind of reversal, which it's right around the Fed report. Where Jerome Powell comes out, he said, you know what? I'm just gambling with the American economy. And then Rock's asking questions. He's like, could you please use the DraftKings platform to really gamble our money with? Is that possible? Rock says I'm a bear. It took us a while to start turning a little bearish on DraftKings there, though, Rock. Yeah, we gave it a fair shot. All right, so I got about 16 more minutes left on the mic for today. We do close the rooms. Here at 2 p.m. Usually normally the last 2 hours of the day, it's a little bit, a lot of times lackluster. There is trades sometimes in the afternoon, but most of the trades that we find are typically in the morning. So we try to, think about this too. Like we're all trading for money, but like, are you really? Are you actually trading for money? Because the money is actually meaningless. Yeah, Rob says, yeah, he is. I don't think so though. Honestly, I don't think you are. Like you could have all the money in the world, but like, why are you trading really? Typically you're using that money as a tool to do something else, right? Like I trade for time. How much value does time actually have? Trying to get this link. Like if you lose all your money today in the market, which I hope nobody did, but if you did, Can you make more money? Is it possible for you just to make more money? Yeah, I mean, maybe not trading with a account balance of 0. That doesn't make it easy. Victor says stay on for today. I mean, what do you want from me, Victor? What do you want from me? It's 5 hours. Are you not entertained? Yeah. Phoebe says the freedom. I could always make, if I lose money, I could always make money. Like I don't care if I work at Dunkin' Donuts. I have no, like, whatever, until I get some paper together, get back in the markets, like whatever. It is what it is. Money is a commodity. Like, you can just get money. Like, people put so much pressure on, like, I don't have enough money. I don't have this. I need more money to do that. No, you don't. But the one thing you can't get back is time, right? Like, in the minute it's taken me to say this sentence, I will never have this minute back in my life. Think about that. That's wild. So if you go to a 9-to-5 job, what's that, 8 hours? You're spending 8 hours a day. That's 40 hours a week if you're doing 5 hours. Not to mention, right now it's really tough to get employees to work anywhere, right? So now the boss is coming in and saying, listen, you have, we need you to work extra. We need to cover some of the other people that are not just showing up. We can't hire anybody, so we need you to cover. All right, so now you're there for 60 hours, 80 hours. What are you guys thinking? What are you guys actually thinking? 80 hours, 60 hours a week. Let's go back to 40. Let's say everything's good. 40 hours a week of your life. Do you really want to be working in where you're working? Some of you might be, yes, that's fine. Having a job, that's terrific. Income is your greatest source to wealth. Do you guys know that? You guys make income? Awesome. That's how you're going to be wealthy. So if you actually like your job, congratulations. You're probably one of the very few people out there in the world that does. Amanda says debt-free vacation home. Good point. I mean, depends on the debt, though. Not all debt's bad, right? Technically, if you take out a mortgage, and right now the says Long Island Railroad, yeah, Long Island Railroad is a mess. Technically, if you take out a mortgage and your interest rate is 3.5% or 3% or whatever it is currently, do you guys understand that's free money? Like, you guys are literally getting free money if you get a mortgage right now. Inflation is like 7%. So if you got your vacation home, Amanda, guess what? Yeah, you got some debt. Technically, you got debt from the mortgage. But you're also, if you have real estate, you're actually protecting yourself against inflation. Inflation could jump to 15%. Who knows? But guess what? Your asset of your house will actually battle inflation. So, like, not all debt, but yeah, if you got credit card debt, student loans, things like that, that's just kind of weighing. Yeah, it's kind of just weighing against you, because, like, even in student debt, I was thinking about, I mean, you pay for education, like, you have that education already. Hopefully the idea of that one is that you're making future income from whatever education that you got. But is that a hard asset that will protect yourself against? Can education protect you against inflation? In some ways, yes. I mean, if you're using that education to be smart and being able to get some hard assets, something that will move up with it, then you're using your education very well to at least defend against inflation. But typically, real estate, hard assets, things like that, as inflation increases, you're defending yourself from it. Steve says, love my job, but still stuck to my desk for 12 hours a day. Could have been golfing. I hear you on that. Yeah, exactly. Like, why don't you just do what you like? Why don't you come in? Market is open all day, really. But if you're trading the highest volatility of the day, you're trading 2 hours, you make 0.75 hours, you make 2 hours, you make 3 hours, you made progression. That's what it's about. It's about progression. Amanda says student loan debt, dude. Student loan debt, dude. Yeah, student loans they could be a nightmare or are absolutely forgiven. They could just come in with Biden, forgiven. That's what he said. I thought that's what, didn't he say that? Amanda says, I work as a travel nurse, so not exactly right now. I'm sure that traffic as you're traveling to your destiny does not drive you nuts. Phoebe says, researchers have learned that earning more than 75K a year does in fact make you happier, but that things tend to plateau around 75,000. I don't know. I need their names. I need the researchers' names. I need to have a discussion with them. I've been both rich and poor, and yes, I will say I would much rather be rich, because the lack of money can cause more stress, right? So you're stressed because you're focusing on the wrong things. You're absolutely focusing on the wrong things, right? What are you focusing on when you don't have money? You're focusing on, how do I get more money? Right? How do I got a bill to pay? How do I got school kids to pay, school bills to pay for kids. I got medical bills. I got mortgage. How do I get more money? And all of your attention and time is being put into the wrong thing. It's not about how much money you could get. It's about what you want to do when you finally get the money, right? If your goal is to get a house, right, and you don't have any money, can you get a house today? Maybe not. But could you be working toward a goal of getting to your house? Like, you have a physical item, a physical thing that you might want to get. If you're focusing your attention on getting the house, you will absolutely get that house, because all of your attention is going to something positive. And every time you do something, anytime you go to work and you get that paycheck, you're one step closer to getting the house. If you're focusing on the actual dollars itself, and you're like, I need more money so that I could just stay afloat, I need more money to pay the bills, then you're putting in like, okay, I made the money and now I spent it on the bills. And what do I have to do? I need to make more money again. And you're in a cycle, right? But if you are trying to figure out what you actually want to do with the money, and like a lot of people, when they come into trading, I go, why do you want to trade? They like to make money. I said, stop. Like, for real, like, what do you want to do? Well, what's your plan? Like, what do you want to do with the money? That the money is just an instrument. Money can make you happier. I agree with that, but it's not the money itself. It's what you were able to do with the money that can make you happy. If you're looking for more freedom, having some kind of Airbnbs that you're renting, having a place that's yours, that you live in, a roof over your head, having, like, not worrying about where the food comes from. Those are all things that are going to take stress out of your life by having the money, right? And if you're a miserable person, you're just going to be a miserable person, like, in general. Like, I don't care if you have $1 million. If you have $1 million, you're probably stressed because you're shooting for 2 million and you need more money. But if you have $1 million and you're like, I literally could pretty much do what I need to right now. Like, I don't have to, I'm not going to be homeless tomorrow. Unless you're investing in DraftKings. They maybe you're like, you know what? I need more money. I need that money again. He says, yeah, I think they say poor people have lower IQs because they spend all their energy thinking about money. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't necessarily think because you don't have money or you consider yourself poor, you have a lower IQ than somebody rich. I think like a 18-year-old kid on TikTok and YouTube made like $26 million last year. I don't think his IQ is much higher than the CEO of wherever. I don't necessarily think that's true. But I would also say, what's your definition of poor? Are you deciding and describing yourself? And I'm not saying you, but like people that say, yeah, I'm poor. What does that mean? Like, is that just financial? Do they just think that they're poor? Because poor compared to who? I could almost guarantee I could find somebody with less money. If you're just considering money, that's all perspective, right? So if you're like, you know what, somebody has more money than me, therefore I am poor. That's just the wrong way to look at it, right? And then I think you got to sit, meditate for a little bit, really consider and think about your life. Because I mean, maybe that guy has $1 million and you got $10,000, but maybe you're valuing your family. Maybe you're valuing the freedom of your time. Maybe you're valuing the fact that you are doing what you want to do. The stock, man, I only got 4 more minutes left. But I guess, man, I got so much more to say. Crazy. I don't know if I have time. Poor as an attitude, broke as a condition. Ooh, I like that one, Ron. I like that. I agree. Javier says, guess how rich I want to be? Just enough to be able to buy a new bed or go to a nice bakery without having to think about my wallet. I think you could dream bigger, Javier. I think you could do that right now. Honestly, I don't know your financial situation, Javier. I think you've already accomplished your goals, but I think you could shoot higher. Like, is that really what you want? I don't know. Think about that. John says there's a country song that's contrasting a rich and poor guy who exactly. Wait. That contrast. The chat moved on me. So I'm contrasting a rich and poor guy and who exactly the rich one is. Yeah. I don't know if I heard that song, but I feel like that would be a good country song. I'll be down with that. I'll be down to have a listen. C says, thank you, Dan. Great job today. I have to run. Listen to the Fed. I got you. I work in treasuries. Have a great day, everyone. You work in treasuries. Have a great day, everyone. Can't wait till tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be pumped. By the way, as I'm about to sign off and kind of close down the rooms, let me throw in the chat for YouTube. Once again, if you guys are listening on YouTube and you have not registered for Real Life Trading free week, there is still tonight. So the rooms here in Real Life Trading are closing down in 2 minutes. I posted a link in the chat pane on YouTube. Click on that link. That will take you to reallifetrading.com. We do have another room that opens. It's a swing trade room. That's 5 p.m. Eastern to 6 p.m. We require 0 deposit. So for all you people just assuming that you're poor out there and can't afford anything, don't worry about it. I got you covered. I got you. Just go in, put your email in. You'll have a dashboard created. There's not like you sign up, it's free for the week, and then you get consistent billing after. If you want to join and trade with us next week, you want to stay on top of the markets, you want to be with us as we analyze the markets, you want to trade and understand why we take trades, by all means, you guys more than welcome. You guys can join, subscribe to our trading rooms. However, I mean, it's a free country. You do what you want to do. It's up to you. But you guys can click that link and put your email in. You'll have access to the full rest of the week, which we have the afternoon room at 5 p.m. Eastern, so 5 to 6. If you're not able to make that live, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I know you're getting a little concerned, but don't just relax. Relax yourselves. We do record that room as well, so you will get an email every single day, and that's for a free week, but it's also for if you do subscribe to that room as well. Every single day, if you cannot make that room live, there's a little archive icon that's usually in your dashboard. You can click the videos from there. But we do analysis on the market as it's closed. We set up swing trades as the market's closed. So literally you have 12 hours to get your trade set up and entered if you did want to take any of those trades. Market is popping. I think the robots just found, I can't leave. You gotta keep me here. Market's popping. Be careful of this initial pop. For anybody in long, congratulations. You guessed correct. The coin flipped correct for you guys. But be wary of always the initial first pop. It does not mean we go bullish for the rest of the day. It's just the robots just scanning through all of the words. And maybe they're like, yeah, is tapering mentioned 15 times and it showed up as 14. So it sends back a little no. It sends a little no. Steven Jackson says, a great trade on Nvidia bullish today. Appreciate that, Steven Jackson. Tage says, damn, just got stopped out of AMD. Full loss. You were shorting? The cards did not go in your direction today on that news pop. But yeah, I would be looking for Yeah, that's why. But like anytime there's news catalysts, and that's what I said before. Like if you're a long-term investor, why not just wait till after Jerome Powell's done? Like that would be a better time. So when you're trading, you're looking for like multiple time frames or reasons why people on different levels look to get into trades. So like I just don't think it's there. So I think like pretty much anything that happened today, all of these moves, the ups, the downs, the all arounds, they're all completely meaningless because the real effect of the market is starting now. Right. And again, this is be careful of this initial pop. This one is just the algos just scanning how many words are in a contract. Then typically we get the real humans being able to actually interpret it in ways that robots cannot. And you might see a secondary move. And then we do have, and then might just kind of stall out for a little bit around 2:30. So about 28 minutes. That's when we have Jerome Powell. He'll be live. I don't think much of his pre-planned statement will be much different than the report that came out. Right now, we got some bullets. I mean, Tesla's popping. Tesla has earnings tonight too, so also be careful. Just know when companies have earnings. I believe Tesla does have earnings tonight. So if you're trying to hold something overnight in Tesla, just be wary. Man, now you guys got me an extra 2 minutes. 2 minutes more, but it's getting exciting in the market. Oh, it's getting so good in the market. But I'm gonna wrap it up here, guys. Keep in mind, we will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm not in the beginner room, I'm in the regular room, so I don't have access to stream live. But hopefully somebody, whoever the moderator is, usually they'll go on live for the first 30 minutes, and then basically if they want to hang out longer on YouTube, that's fine. But if they choose not to or they don't worry, YouTube land. Just go into that link that I posted into the chat, put your name in, you'll have full access to the room that I'm trading in tomorrow, plus the beginner room, and full access to the swing trade rooms as well. So you guys could be with us still, analyzing the entire market together and trying to figure out how we could all enrich lives together. And it's fantastic. That's crazy. That's crazy. Look at these moves. I love it. All right, guys. You guys are absolutely incredible. Love all you guys. And I look forward to trading with you guys tomorrow. Take it easy.